Look at old Mac sitting out there. He's wanting to go for a ride. Somebody go out there and turn that motor off before he hurts himself.
There you are. Oh my gosh, Motorbomb, you're here this morning already. Well, let me get a little thing up in here in case you might be in there powdering your nose right now. I don't know. Let me see if I can get this in here. Oh, I guess I didn't do it. I missed it. Oh, I missed one little step. There we go. We got you now. We're all up on this thing today. I slept last night, so I'm all new again. Hello, Mr. Rod B. Well, you see the link up there, Rod. Oh, I know. Sometimes you have a bad connection, but if you have a good one, or if you feel comfortable, come on in, y'all. Well, here it is, Thursday. From where I'm sitting, I can almost see the weekend coming. It's right over there. I don't know why, but I always loved Friday. See, I worked second shift for 22 years. Well, you see my link there. You can grab it anytime or I can repost it. Um, so, working all them years on second shift, even though it's Friday, and everybody else on day shift when they got off, it was party time Friday night. I missed out on that for 22 years. All I could hear about was my fellow workers that had to work on Saturday. They would tell me what a great party they had, on day shift. They would tell me what a great party they had last night. Oh, the weekend. We just worked for one thing only. Watch out with them F words, they get you in trouble. I like friend. Friend is a good F word. Fried taters, that's a good word. Is that two words? Fried, well, not in the South. We eat fried taters. It's all one word. Fried taters. Food? Oh, hell yeah. That's mighty fine. Well, we don't have anything planned. Well, she's already told me we got to go get toilet paper, bottled water. Not that we just out of water. She told me we're down to the last 1 gallon jug. We don't drink the city water because, well, it's just not safe to do so. We drink the sterilized water. It's been boiled. Probably some little old man up in a little cold water flat up in Brooklyn or somewhere in New York. He's got a leaking faucet, drip, 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 and he sticks the bottle under that, and oh, okay. Hey, Buck Brown. Yeah, that was some good stuff yesterday when you went through the tunnel. I'm glad you got sick home safe, Buck Brown. You did a good job. Everybody's quiet today, but we just got here, right? It'll get lively. Well, hey, two things that happened yesterday I enjoyed. One of them is you going through the tunnel, all the way through the tunnel, never dropped out any. Not on my end, you didn't. And the other one is Ray Gregory riding on up the highway with his motorhome. Sterling Will, good morning from Lovelock, Nevada. Salt Lake, Run. We used to go through Utah in the 50s. Yeah, in the 50s, we used to do Montana, Wyoming, and Utah back in the day, and man, it was wide open. There was not a speed limit per se. There were safety rules about speed. You know, if you had an old car that you had a inner tube sticking out the side of the wheel there, the highway patrol could give you a ticket for unsafe equipment. And then in the 70s, during the gas crunch, Montana was the first one of those states to incorporate a fuel tax. You know, if you was going above 55 miles per hour, they didn't write you a ticket for speeding. They wrote you for excessive fuel consumption. That was in the 70s, or maybe the 60s. Let me see, the gas crunch was in 73, so that would have been in the 70s. No, I don't. I should. They was just. I remember in the 50s, the only casino I remember, I swear to God, was the one in Elko, Nevada. And I can't tell you the name of it in Elko, Nevada, but when you go in the door, there's an 11-foot polar bear there in Elko, Nevada. It was there for years. I don't know if it's still there now. And I remember Frontier and some of those stuff down in Vegas and Reno. They had all of the standard houses, you know, littlest biggest city in the world, Reno. Brown chicken. I heard you over there clucking and scratching and digging in the yard. That's right, American Outlaw. It's Halloween. Halloween. Well, I swear they just. We were there in the early years, but the reason I remember that casino in Elko, Nevada was the big polar bear. I thought, how unusual. And I remember the Frontier had the big old cowboy, and he had that arm moving back and forth. Howdy, howdy. I think he had blue-looking pants and a big old, yeah, the Frontier had a big old cowboy on it. So, see, I was back when the Old Town in Las Vegas, it was the Old Town, not this new, the new Las Vegas out there where out on the strip there is it's not like in the old days. You had the downtown area was it was pretty congested, but now out there where the Lexor and all those are now, pretty nice. I had my family stayed in the Lexor, and we stayed in Excalibur in the castle. And the 100-year storm that hit Las Vegas, we took my mother there for her 75th birthday, and we drove down, but the rest of my family flew in. And yes, a 100-year storm hit, and all the power went out except where the generators started coming on. How about that? See, you know about that. You know about the big old casino, about the polar bear. I saw it in 1956 for the first time. And me being a boy, I was 16 years old, soon to be 16. I was out there. The first time I saw it was May of 1956, and in June I turned 16, and it left a lasting memory for me. I just remember that. But we went out on the salt flats when you could drive your vehicle out there. They didn't have all the rules and regulation. During the speed week, or when they was doing the land speed records and stuff, that was a different event. But yeah, we learned in a hurry that if you drive out on the salt flats, you better find you a creek to run your car through the creek a few times, because all the undercarriage will rot away. We didn't know that. We took science, but we didn't realize. And I've eaten some of that salt. It's real salt. Couldn't wait to get me a chunk of that salt. I go, oh man, kind of reminded me of ice cream salt. That was back during the days. Oh hell, buddy. You got to make me a promise, man. You got to outlive me now. Come on, pull it together. Stents. Ugh. My buddy that is in the process of finishing up his life cycle, he'll be gone by Thanksgiving. They took he needed veins up in his heart or something other. And they opened it, I guess it's called a bypass. No, they went into his legs and took the veins out of his legs and did stuff with it. And his legs stayed cold. We'd be out somewhere and he would talk about how cold his legs were. Hey, Salty Badger. We got to pull some tricks. What kind of tricks are that? Wasn't he a musical group, Dirty Tricks? Oh, I don't remember. You'd be surprised what is roaming around inside of my head. My son last night told me that he had been listening for quite a while, and he waited, after we'd already started signing off on John's page there, on John's event there. And then he threw out a hello or whatever, but he said he enjoyed riding along and listening to you guys. Well, he couldn't do that. He's on a cell phone, so. I don't think I have any rules. And I personally, hey, look at this. I don't, I think, I got a message last night about, I think that was rules applied on their page. That's the way uh, they want to live, they want to make sure that family members, if they walk in, they wouldn't be hearing some stuff. I only have whatever the rules, the law will allow. Maybe if Moto, he could expound upon that. I saw that, and my daughter was here telling me things that I needed to know in the family. So I took a glance at it, and I didn't know if that was just personally directed towards me. She said she didn't think it was. I said, "Did you see that message?" And then she went back telling me that whatever our problem, we have problems here. Well, we are out of cat food. We're not out. We're low, and yeah, I think here. Listen to this, Sterling Will. My general rule is don't come on with your politic bullshit. If I wanted to hear that, I would go over there and watch Fox News or CNN or all that other crap. My TV's off. I have the most perfect peace of mind. I don't have to hear that crap. I don't care about your election results. I don't. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody has an opinion, and they're right. This right here says that I have a guaranteed right of speech, freedom. But if you set yourself some boundaries, how you yourself would like to conduct your page, one of the things is it leads to more separation, politics and religion. And I don't hear anybody talking about damn Chevrolets either. Chevrolets, I'm a Ford man. We don't have no Chevrolet. See what I mean? I'm going to have rules. They're going to be other people are going to go. Don't come up in here talking car talk. I've got friends, they'll tell you right off the bat, don't talk football to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want college ball. I don't want pro ball. Leave it out of my conversation. It, we're here. I like this. I like to smile. I mean, if I can make you smile, I have done a good thing. What if you've had a hard night, Sterling, and you're up in here, and you're just trying your best to get on over to your location where you're trying to go, and I'm in here and I've got some kind of a big row going on, and everybody's cussing at one another or mad at one another because they didn't agree with them. And I'm not going to agree with everybody. I have my set of rules I have in my head that guides me in the direction I want to go in. And I would never insult you. If I was to ever insult you, I'd do it to your face. I would look you in the eyes. You might be a big old guy, I don't know. But the thing is, I don't insult people. If I begin to see that you've been hurt or offended by me talking to you, I want to change the direction. Mine is not to offend anybody, but to have a good time. But you can't have a group of people together, as many as 10 people like on here at StreamYard, and not have dissension. You're not going to have everybody going to agree with you. That wouldn't be the American way. I want to tell you this, Sterling Will. I started my lifetime driving a tanker truck for Alabama Tank Line when I was 16 years old. We had to have an ICC certificate, but we didn't have a lot of rules. And back in our day, that was in the 50s, the American trucker was the knights of the road. They had all their lights and stuff, and you could see us a mile away. And and they gave us all the respect. The four-wheelers did. I liked that steering wheel. No, that's the problem with people when they get mad at us. Maybe somebody, let's just say we all just got really mad at 2-4 and we started laying on him or anybody else, and that others gets mad because you're picking on him. Dissension. It don't take long. It can get into a Donnybrook, and we don't want that. Yeah, you know, you're at home here. Like I say, my first love was truck driving. And you know what I did after working with engineers that put men on the moon, working with engineers that developed a moon buggy, the YC-14, the PHM, the Pegasus boats. I worked with this crew, one of the greatest crews I've ever worked with. They gave me my own crew, and they was just absolutely outstanding people. We just, you know, we just want to get through here, have a good time. Sometimes our conversation, or you know, it can get colorful. I too, you know, I also can get colorful because you can't work with the kind of people we did. Everybody around me was military, and they all talked the FUBAR talk. Everything meant something. Whoa, look right here. There's the man of the hour right there.
I even waited for you to bring me up stage, even though I had all that awesome control. I'm like, I'm going to be polite. I'm going to wait for Matt.
Well, here we are.
Hold on. Sorry. There we go. Rookie, I left another page open.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear that echo?
Hello. How you doing? Doing. You're looking good.
That was a stupid question, wasn't it? Leave it to me to ask a stupid question. And it came on a little earlier, man. I was like up right away and saw you pop on. I said, wow, you'll probably be surprised to see me like first thing in the morning, because I'm usually sleeping it, powdering my nose too.
Yeah.
You know, you gave me a smile first thing this morning. I was like, yeah. Cracking up.
You got to look pretty.
I know, right? The hair all brushed and teeth done. I'm ready for the day. I was just unloading some, SD cards and stuff. Important things.
You know, the last thing you'd be doing a very expensive tattoo on this guy, and your head is only just 6 inches away from him. And all the time you're laying there, he sees that chunk of spam in your teeth, you know.
I know.
Or a piece of lettuce, you know.
Got to wear that mask, you know, so you can cover everything. Don't breathe on. Man, I've had some people, I tell you, it's bad. And you got a tattoo up on them, like close to their face, and they'll be holding their breath sometimes, and then they'll poof, blow it right, like it's hit you like a heavy cloud. I'm like, man, if you're gonna do that, you should relax, but you got to tell them, man, you got to turn that stuff the other way. Or
they're just waiting for you to lift up. As soon as you lift up, they let out a breath of air, like,
Yeah, it doesn't happen a lot. There's Lucy. Good morning, Lucy. Rob, American Outlaw. Who's all in here? 2-4. I saw Sterling. And yeah.
Good bunch in here, Rod B. Good morning, Lucy in the Sky. Lucy in the Sky with diamonds.
Yeah, I always think of that too when I hear Lucy. Well, Lucy's the name of my motorcycle too, but it's Loosey for all the loose parts. The Harley shakes them apart, and it had trouble.
You know what shook off my bike? What shook off my bike this year is the hill. the heel and toe shifter, the heel part fell off.
Oh,
I
who needs
believe
that?
they had the case open, where the compensator or something other, and when they put it on, they didn't use any Loctite on that screw, and I didn't know it. It goes down through like a slot, and that thing vibrated off, and it's gone.
I hadn't rode for like after I had that accident. Well, I rode a couple times. That was back in the 90s. And I just, things took over my life and I just never got another motorcycle. Instead, I did other things. But anyway, when I finally got one, it was about 2012 again, decided to get a motorcycle. I picked up a Sportster and rode that around for a couple years. But I didn't have my license yet. I had to go up to the Thomas Nelson College, and do the course again. And so I could get my license and ride legally. But, I had to go take that ride, whether I had a license or not. That Harley was sitting there. I couldn't help myself. So I took an illegal ride. Imagine that. And the toe shifter, the toe thing that, that's the first thing that fell off. And all of a sudden I go to shift, there's nobody home. And right at that time, there's a cop on the road and behind me. I'm like, oh man, I'm done. This is it. Cause I kind of panicked. That's a situation you got to figure stuff out. And I hadn't been, riding for a long time. I don't know what I did, but I remember I was able to make the U-turn, go back, and I actually found the toe piece still laying on that road. And
You're kidding.
yeah, I'd do another U-turn. I was able to go pick it up and somehow get it back on, and I got home. But yeah, so you talk about things falling off your Harley. Loctite is a good thing. Apparently that toe shifter didn't have Loctite.
That shaft that come out has got a groove all the way around it, and then when you run your bolt down through there, that's supposed to go down past that groove so that helps lock it in. How that got off there, there. Yeah, on the heel part. Heel is the one that's on the first one you're going to take off would be the heel, and then the toes in the front. Well, I'll tell you the oddest thing I ever had happen to me. I parked at the not Walgreens, but at Wally World at the Walmart. And when I rode home, over on my timing cover, on the Harley, on the right-hand side of the engine, you got that little timing cover. It's about that big around, 3-4 inches in diameter. It's got a lot of screws all the way around the thing.
Yeah.
That thing was going. Now, you can't tell me that 6 or 8 screws vibrated loose and I didn't see any of them, because I do a walk around when I get on. I'm an old inspector and my eyes always looking and making sure something ain't hanging loose. Somebody took a power screwdriver while I was at Walmart and it had the beautiful eagle on it. Had the eagle, the gold eagle. Somebody wore that as a medallion. Man, got to put a little silver chain, wear that thing, man. Turn your boom box on.
That's a real gangster way to get your jewelry too.
Do what?
I say that's a real gangster way to get your jewelry too, is to go pry it off somebody's Harley,
Yeah, you give that somebody special girl, that you really love. You don't got your silver chain. Maybe you're not as classy. I mean, you would think about getting a silver or gold chain. He got one of them gate chains, one of them old twisted wire gate chains, the non-plated that would rust in a couple of days.
Yeah. Looney, that's too funny. Put it on your enemies. The oil, where you drain your oil. I'm assuming he's saying put Loctite on it.
Yeah. Oh my God. The Loctite is working when you get a hold of it. And when you pull on it to break it loose, it spins your whole back around. That's some good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. That stuff's like glue. You'd have to have a pretty good aim. I guess if you had like the nozzle thing on it, like your WD cans, you could probably get in there and control the spray. That would be a fairly decent idea. Sterling, you're a mechanic, man. You would know if you think it's a good idea. It might be. Phil, you got him? You got him. There he is.
I forgot about you. You got the power, man.
He's powdering his nose too, you see?
Hey, 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 going? Yeah, I'm best behaviour tonight. Yeah, not like last night. No, there'll be nothing. How you going, guys?
Good morning.
How are you?
Dave.
How are you?
You was doing the blind melon.
Oh yeah, I was too. I'm going downtown to see my girl. Going to show them that. Yeah.
Hilarious.
So I heard that it's yeah. Let's clean up the act a little bit. So I'm having a just a 5 minutes break. I'm editing, but I'm not using any AI music. I've actually gone into the archives and I've dug out some music from 1993 when I recorded with a friend, and I'm
your
putting that up.
personal music. Yeah.
Yeah, my own bloody music, because I'm sick of this AI not being monetized.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my own music. That was the only strike.
That makes you feel good too. I try to do as
Oh,
much
it
stuff
does.
on my own if I can,
It's so
YouTube.
it's trying to get to exactly right. It's trying to get to the source of you. But I'd like to ask Mac a question.
Sure.
Has the raccoon got a name?
As a what?
Has the raccoon got a name?
No. I used to allow, when I had a camera and set up and it had its own live feed, we would let people name the babies when they were born, because the mama always brings the baby up on the back deck, sometimes as many as 4 of them. And
Yeah,
people,
right.
now here's the deal. When you look at a baby raccoon, they all look the same. And they swear they know which one is theirs. So they named all them
Oh, yeah.
names.
Yeah. So, but he's like what I was saying when I was watching it was what struck me. Okay, it's only 10 seconds long, not even that, but the bird calls are so foreign to me as an Australian. Your bird calls and the little young man of the forest trying to assert himself and his place in the world is sort of what I got from your video.
Did you see
The
him?
young man in the forest. Sorry, yeah, go on.
Did you see him wagging his little tail? When I go out the back deck and go down the steps, sometimes he's in the tree right next to the deck, and when you don't see him, he's in the bush. And when he wags his tail, that's the first
You
thing.
can see him then. Yeah.
And of course, we live in snake country, and when you see something moving right next to your head, it makes you take a look, and he'll be over, and he'll be looking right at you, and he'll go out on a limb as far as he can get. And that limb will start leaning over, and he wants to say hello.
Hey, another thing that's worth mentioning to you and all the viewers is today I had great support from the sick bastard. He came in and he showed no mercy.
Yeah.
He told the moderators, this is what you got to do. And I'll tell you what, it was boot camp 101. I think it must have been the harmonica last night, but it was boot camp.
I think it was your thumbnail that attracted him.
Yeah, oh yeah, man. It's it was just a serendipitous moment. And I'm doing a live. I've got live on my shirt. Yep, click. So that was really good. And we got rid of a lot of false people, and the people who didn't have any content that weren't false were sort of taken back a bit, but understood. Yeah. And then they were able to actually communicate on a much better level in the chat. So the Gronks left, and you should have seen the bloody count of the studio go down and then come up and go down and come up, and it was a quite amazing job. But So Sick got some really good moderator. What's the right word? Educating. He was educating other moderators. How,
School.
you know, like, yeah, he was schooling them, man. And I was saying in the chat, you know, hey, moderators, you're all being schooled now. This is what you got to do. And then I'm encouraging them to, you know, anybody new in the chat, because we had people going, you know, what do you support, Palestine or Israel? I'm going, yeah, you're out. You know, we've got no time for politics. And I clearly said, you know, we don't want to talk about Palestine. We don't. And I think you're right. And that's what prompted me is, yes, a few rules have to be set in place. You know, and look, I will say this, old Mac. Last night was the hurrah. It's turned a new leaf. Now we've turned a new leaf.
Well,
good, man.
My son called last night, and we was on the line till late, and so I didn't come over to your channel last night. I intended to do so, but
no, Mac, it was too crazy.
Angelique wanted to talk some more. We're planning a trip out to Washington, and she's showing me some things that laid out.
Rod B has been a great support of both Sick Bastard and my channel and Frogzilla's channel, and I see Rod's in the chat, and it'd be just nice to say a bit of a shout out to Rod B over the east coast of Australia, which. We guys getting close to 11 o'clock over there, his time at night.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
a big appreciation and shout out to Rod B, who's quite a good contributor in the chats. I believe
he's 2-3 hours difference than you. He's on the other end.
Yeah.
The other side of Australia.
He's even further in the future than I am.
Wow,
It's mad.
You, Rod. He's funny. He says, "I excused myself." We talk about being polite, right? Excuse myself when I left for a coffee while you're in a chat. You know.
Yeah, no, it's good, dude.
That's funny. Yeah, man.
Yeah, 11:30 there. Yeah.
I like that. And right there, he was milking the almonds.
Milking the almonds.
That's like milking the emus. You know, get the emu oil. My neighbor Glenda wanted to milk some emus. She thought you just squeeze the little tit back.
Yeah.
I go, no, I don't even think the emu would want you to squeeze the little tit in the back.
Oh man, you can't get anywhere close to those birds. They'll scratch your eyes out.
That foot can kill you. It's got that one big toenail in the front, and when he hits you, it can split your chest wide open.
They're a dangerous bird.
Oh my God! And they got a small.
You do not want to hit one of those on a motorcycle.
Oh.
And that's what, you know, here in Australia, that's what I'm faced with in some of the routes that I take. So yeah, a little bit more news about the eye. It's a pterygium or something, a pterygium. Starts with a P. It's going to have to be surgically removed. So I've been watching ocular videos at how one is to conduct oneself post operation. So it's not the end of the world, but it'll put me out for a little while. But you got to get get on top of your sight.
Yeah.
You know, it's just been a bit of a bad run health-wise for me, but just they're minor little insignificant little things, but they all just seem to come at the one time. And I was, you know, now the weather's warmed up, I want to ride.
You know, when I had my eye surgery for the implants, this guy, the surgeon, he does everything robotic. Everything is done robotic. He's sitting there on his laptop, and he guides the instrument over, and it goes in and makes a little tiny hole in the side of your eye. And he goes in, and he takes all the gray stuff out. And then next time he goes in through the tube there, he puts that very super thin and unrolls the lens, you know, so you can see. Oh my God. And he said, I can do this same thing to a patient in England while I'm sitting right here in Cullman, Alabama. I can do this to a patient in England robotically.
Through robotics. That's amazing, isn't it? Because it has to be that precise.
And
you're working on the eyes.
there's no pain. There's none of, because here's the deal. In that area where they go through the side of the eye, there's no nerves for pain. There's almost no blood vessels there, so you don't have no blood running out the hole or none of that stuff. It's pretty
Oh,
damn,
sorry for making the chat so gory. Oh, sorry, Motorball. Sounds a bit gory, doesn't it? Going through the eyes, and well, I suppose because it's your Halloween tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all the kids are running around the street
I'll be
now.
hiding out from the front door like the
Yeah.
old Scrooge. I'm like the Scrooge of Halloween. It's like I don't even really have nothing to do with it no more. It's terrible. I'm like, what has happened to me? What happened to the fun and the joy? It's like now I just hide from the front door.
No, don't worry. You be Scrooge, Ebenezer. Ebenezer will just call you. Ebenezer Motorball, the Scrooge. No, that's all right, mate. But what we did here was we just had a big bucket and we just filled it with lollies and just put it at the front door. Don't knock, just take, go.
Yeah.
And there was enough for the whole kids of the street. So, and all the other suburbs that come to the rich neighbourhoods, because that's where they get the best candy.
That's
But anyway, that's all done now.
Yep. We had certain
That's all done.
neighborhoods. I was talking about with my daughter yesterday, and she's like, well, she's got kids now, they're like 11, 12 years old, and we were going back on the neighborhoods that we used to travel to get the best candy and safe. It was safe to walk out and be around, and it's just nice reminiscing and going back on those days. And now she's doing all that with her kids and
with her babies. Yeah, exactly right, mate. What do you call that? The Lion King, the circle remains, unbroken, and the circle of life. That's the one. Yeah, the circle of life.
Another round, because like they're 12 and 10. They're going to be at 11 and 13, and dude, I got hopefully enough time. I'll watch them have kids, and I get another second round of great grandbabies, I guess they call it. So.
Well, Mac's no stranger. Mac's no stranger to being a great grandfather, are you, Mac?
no.
No, my dad was a great grandfather, so he managed to, he got to great grandfather stage at 87, I think he went, or 86 or 87, and he loved the idea of being a great grandfather. It was a real thrill for him. He's come all the way from another country and had a input in the Australian landscape with having children and growing families, and then having grandkids, and then having the grandkids having babies, and he was rapt about that. So it's a wonderful thing, Motor. It won't be long. It's another couple of years.
Yeah, I miss all that.
You'll be in your late 70s. You'll be in your late 70s.
Yeah, I'll still be good.
Yeah, mate.
I'll be good. But yeah, man, having that relationship with them, they were like, I didn't know that having grandbabies was going to be as like when my daughter said she was going to have her first baby and I was going to be around it. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. That's nice. They'll probably be fun to have or whatever, but I didn't know that you would value them like more than your kids almost. I almost felt a little bad because it's like, wow. And I guess my mind had matured more and I really appreciated everything watching them grow up and the attachment and the love that they have for you, the unconditional love. If you ever,
Poppy, man. They want to come to hang out with Poppy.
Yeah, like having pets and stuff. They just love you unconditionally. Man, that was the best feeling in the world, There was nothing else that could top that. I was like, that's what life is all about and living for is those types of relationships, So
I'm going to bring a guest into the room if y'all don't mind.
Yeah.
I got a guest coming up here. This is one of our many baby raccoons. He was born in June of this year.
Yeah, so he's wagging.
He's quite capable of taking care of himself. He came around in the front yard and Well, he found a safety bin up in the tree, so he was just hanging around, you might say. Sometimes they're on the back deck. The little fellows, they are so independent. He'll grow up to be a mighty nice raccoon. He lives right here at my place.
Just a bird call, Mac.
I know
The
everything was
bird
naked.
call.
Well, let me see. What did I do?
That was me. I had that up earlier waiting. That's what you went with the same thing on your mind. You went and got it.
Okay. There you go. You got it back.
Yeah.
I thought people might like to start the day off with a baby raccoon.
Yeah, man. We had like minds there.
They certainly don't want to start the day off with me singing the Recruit Camp Blues, that's for sure. I was a bit embarrassed about that. Fucking hell.
Man.
Oh man, it's so badly performed.
Really, I don't look at it like that at all. I mean, I thought it was really awesome, to tell you the truth. I'm seeing you sing and having a good time and pouring your, you may have a little influence in the background, which is, whatever.
Yeah, the guy at the background was like, crazy. It was a crazy line.
I'm not judging you. I think some of that was like really, really in there, and you had a section of it after you got fired up a little bit. You was all in tune and had heart and soul in there, and you had the groove going, and the whole thing was very good.
Thank you, mate.
I
don't know. I rewatched it and cringed. We're our own worst. Yeah, we're our own worst critic, but that's all right.
Just think about it this way, Dave. When you was doing it, and when your heart and soul was coming out in that harmonica, you never even thought once about your eye.
Goosebumps.
No, that's true.
Just talking about
it. Yeah.
It
is true.
Stuff. It's happy.
Yeah, it is healing.
Man. Nothing wrong with what they did there. That was great.
You did right, Mac. I didn't think of that perspective. You never know how you look through other people's eyes. The Butthole Surfers song. You never really know quite how you look through other people's eyes. Yeah, and Sterling Wheel's sort of definitely bringing me back to those 80s music that I, tried so hard to forget.
Yeah.
The 80s music. Oh, my God. Yeah, so it was huge to get nearly 1,500 people onto my chat. That's just huge numbers. And I don't know. But like someone was pointing out today, as soon as you get monetized, the worms come out of the woodwork. And, it's a bit like the old saying, flies to manure.
Yeah.
Flies to manure. And so these are the sort of battles that you've got to expect, I guess, when you start doing YouTube and people are paying attention to you.
Yeah.
And I guess they love the harmonica, and I don't see it, it's so many things. So anyway, I'm liking the new editing.
What I like about the harmonica, when I was a little boy, the boys came home from World War II, and from the time they left Alabama till they came back, they had learned about the harmonica, and they would play the harmonica. And my uncles, and we'd gather around and listen to them. You remember another thing that they brought back from? You remember the juice harp?
Yeah.
They come back playing those things. We just all the boys would just gather around while the uncles would be doing it.
Yeah, I know. And the spoons and the washboard and all those things are always included as well. There'd be someone on the spoons, clickety clacking and on their leg. And I don't have two spoons here, but you get an idea. I've got a bit of a spoon here, and you get that clickety clack going. And I can't do it. You need the two spoons, and it's a real good old percussion instrument. The old spoons. playing the spoons.
Have y'all seen that skinny little woman from the Appalachians? She's on YouTube. She's a skinny little woman, wears a big long dress, and she's got the spoon rhythm. This guy's over there playing an instrument, and she is on beat. I wish I remember what her name was. She's
there is. I know exactly who you're talking about. It's a bloke and a girl. The woman is actually quite a lot older, and she is she's the spoon aficionado.
Oh,
she knows her way around cutlery.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cheap instruments, man. You don't have to invest much. Just go to the kitchen and grab some stuff. Hit the garage, you got your band, you know.
Exactly, you know, the washboard from the old days of washing the clothes, because they had the ripples for the soap. I think you could rub the soap.
Sitting around and starting that stuff and just like, hey, that kind of sounds good. And your buddies find something else to be percussive, and it's like how that stuff gets formed.
And then, you know, it's always good with the Jews harp comes in, and then the harmonica over the top, and then the banjo starts.
Yeah.
And, you know, when that happens.
You know what really, when I used to hear the guys do the Jews harp, it reminded me of the didgeridoo a little bit, and that rhythm. I guess the vibration. But you could hear a little bit of Australian in that. And I know my uncles were in Australia. I told you about going up through the Burma Trail and all that stuff. And the jump off was Australia.
Hold on a minute there.
So many guys went up through Australia, went all the way into Burma.
Is this her? I'm going to pull her up real quick. See, Rod was talking about Spoon Lady channel.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Spoon Lady.
Yeah, right. Oh, look at that. Look right there.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I'm just going to remember. I'm just
get your whistle wet.
What I need, though, I'll tell you what I do need to make it a little bit more authentic.
That's pretty cool. Do you do some hum in that along with just making your lips make a noise? You add some vocal.
And there's also this circular breathing.
Yeah.
So you fill your cheeks up with air.
Yeah.
And you also breathe through your nose.
Yeah. You're gonna go to 20. You're gonna go to 2,500 views tomorrow with that stuff.
Like the didgeridoo. They call it the yakadari, yakady, yakadari or something.
Yeah, drum,
the traditional. Yeah. And then a woman can never play it. If a woman plays it, she gets pregnant. That's the myth. When they play the didgeridoo. Oh, look, it's quite a high one. It's not a very deep bass one. But that Jews harp you're talking about is they call it it's in a tone. Yeah. So it's a bit like strumming an open guitar. When you detune a guitar, it has a tonal mode, and so when you say you do a drop D, A, D, B, A or something, or D, and it has that that tone that the folkies loved it. The folk musicians all loved those tunings.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Bring it up. There we go.
There we go.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't want to play too much volume on your channel. This is your channel, but it's up to you. If you want the volume up still, I'll put it up. But
Yeah. Put a little bit of volume up.
okay,
I think
just making sure.
I know I've been changed. I know I've been changed. Lord, and I know I've been changed. The angels in heaven don't sign my name. And I know I've been changed. I know I've been changed. Lord, and I know I've been changed. The angels in heaven don't sign my name. The angels in heaven don't sign my name. One day I was walking along. The angels in heaven don't sign my name. I heard a voice and didn't see no one. The angels in heaven don't sign my name. That voice to me, you know, it sounded so sweet. The angels in heaven don't sign my name. It sounded like Jesus was talking to me. The angels in heaven don't sign my name. And I know I've been changed.
you might not ought to stop it there.
Yeah, man.
Hey, man, what a percussionist. Bloody hell, did you hear that? You know, she was rattling off those spoons. Yeah, I've seen that.
In
I
the
have seen that. I have a lot of respect for this Southern music, guys, and you guys have got access to some of the best music in the world, and it's come from the dirt poor. You know, like you were saying before, you know, what a cheap way to make an instrument. Just go to the kitchen and there you go. You've got percussion. Rattle them. And she was also playing little bells with her feet as well.
Wow.
That was mad. Don't touch your eyes, David. Stop fucking touching your eyes. Anyway, well done, Mac, for bringing that subject of the Jews harp. The soldiers coming back from World War II.
Yeah.
It was
God bless
entertaining.
them.
We didn't have TVs or nothing. We had our uncles that had those instruments. A harmonica, the banjo was really big in our family. String instruments, you know. My son took up the what was that the old thing?
Accordion?
No, the horn he blew, saxophone. He was a saxophone.
Oh, yeah. The saxophone.
Now, Don that came on last night, Motorbomb, he's my big Cherokee baby.
Yeah, Don. Yeah.
He's a big one.
Lolly, good morning. She saw that. She must have saw some of it too.
Spoons, trampolines, steel guitars, violins. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
look,
never
there's
seen
you
that happen
can't
in
beat
front of me.
you can't beat a cigar box guitar, mate. I mean, now we're real talking. You know, way southern American. You know, spiritual music there. Imagine if all that stuff had the background of the didgeridoo as well. It'd fit so well, that stuff. Because whatever the key of the song is, you can get a didgeridoo to play that note, and it just plays that dronal note all through it. And by golly, by gee, by jingo, it works. And you've got the because there are a lot of modern bands now using the didgeridoo in modern music. For that reason, they worked out that it's a dronal instrument, and depending on what key you're playing the song in, you can have a corresponding drone going within, and it's a little bit of music theory. none that I cared much for. It was, to my detriment, of course. Not knowing music theory is terrible as a
Yeah.
musician.
Once
You
I
got
was
to know it.
starting to get cleaned up, for my own, it was my own thing. I just did too much back in the day. And I was trying to change everything in my life, all the music, just anything that would bring back or remind me of what I was doing beforehand, So I explored with different music, and like the Native American music was pretty cool. And I would listen to that like for like meditative purposes and relaxing, and just listening to the different flutes and the drumming and beats, which is, I guess, a similar type of a drone too. And I don't recall them doing the horn like what you did in their music, but it's something you tone into. It's vibrations, and some of it's good, some of it don't feel so good,
Yeah, I know. But the stuff when it does feel good, it takes you to somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's what they call it, transcendental. Because they have all vision dreamings and astral traveling, and all that music is part of helping you reach that astral plane. Yeah, stuff that I've forgotten about.
Yeah, someone like me, not.
We're going to have to start referring to Toga as the universal man. This guy right here can fit into any chat. He can bring forth stuff. Toga, you're like my hero, man.
Mr. YouTube. He is definitely Mr. YouTube. He's all over there. He came in and saw me in my live chat too today, and didn't stay long. He's a busy man. He's got lots of channels to go and visit.
A friend everywhere you go.
Yeah, he's a great supporter.
For real. Mm-hmm.
The ability to fit in, whether he's with a bunch of rednecks or sophisticated engineers or whatever. I see him on several different pages, and he blends right in. He's a universal man.
The universal man. I'll try and finish at least this one song with some footage of the last video, and we'll pop up the song. So basically everything now is just going to be my music.
You.
Good or bad. It's
Dave's channel, man. All the Dave stuff. It's not a good or bad. It's what we, when you connect things with a personal friendship or a friend, you just love and adore what I do anyway, like what they do.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Appreciate those things.
I do, and like I've got the back catalogue there. I did some really stupid hippie light furry stuff, but I also did some really atmospheric music that you would expect something from the 70s of Pink Floyd.
Yeah, that's what you did on your guitar. You bought a cool effect box or whatever and you just did it like a thing of effects when you was playing your guitars. You just loved the sound, It's
it washes over you, and not all the time you get it right. But I've found if I don't play all the time, and then I pick up the guitar, things just pop out. Things just come forth, and it's absolutely amazing. But I am a bit limited with the total reverse shoulder surgery. The movement of my guitar playing has greatly suffered. So I've had to think of other ways. I've had to definitely change the style, and I find that an open tuning is, thank God, this hand, which is the hi-hat hand as a drummer, and you need to be able to count the 16ths and all the beats on the hi-hat. And I'm glad that this arm is great, because this is your strumming arm, and this is the point of business, man. Really, when you hit the strings, this this hand that just depresses strings. It doesn't really do anything unless you get into hammer-ons, and then it's a whole
Yeah.
new ball game. But you still need, you still need this hand to hit the string
Mhm.
to produce that hammer-on.
Yep.
So it's a funny thing, the
Tapping.
guitar.
Uh, Dave is he is the balanced man. That's going to be he's the balanced man. When he fell out of the chair yesterday, he didn't even spill his drink.
Oh, really? I couldn't
So-
even remember that.
Yeah. Tell him,
Jesus.
am I telling the truth? Was you here when he fell out of the chair?
No.
Right. I think he was doing the blind melon chitlin,
Yeah.
and he was
Oh,
getting
God.
it. All of a sudden, your feet was up in the air. You never spilled your drink.
It must have been
Yeah,
two
it's like a
performances.
Julian.
'Cause- Yeah.
Oh,
I
God,
missed that.
that's
You know?
classic.
Yeah, those are stories, man. Those are good. You've just produced memories that are very memorable. That's all, Dave. You know,
That's right.
it's fantastic.
Seemed so serendipitously, I had no idea of doing, But look, I took a big chance yesterday on YouTube, and I got to speak to a few people, but today was a real clean house day. We just cleaned house, man,
Yeah.
and a lot of them ran away with their tails between their legs, I tell you.
Good for you.
And I don't think it affected the subscribers, but and again, that's something I have to go through as well, and just see what subscribers have got content and what subscribers haven't, and who are they. And it's a little bit of just housekeeping, really. 'Cause you don't really want trolls as your subscribers, and they usually don't anyway. They just come in to cause a bit of mischief. But it's but then you don't know. You might be turning someone around. They might just genuinely click and go, this Aussie dude's actually quite laid back and interesting. Mind you, I think I know how to. I know how to take up the conversation in a room, so I'm sorry about that. I'm always bloody over talking. Fucking always over talking.
And then as soon as you stop, everybody's like, I
Yeah.
don't know. Mac is good at storytelling. He can keep it going too.
Oh yeah.
I'm full of it.
Yeah, I'm just like a sideline commenter every now and then. I hear something like, "Ooh, let me interject for a second," and then I'm done.
Yeah.
Usually.
So, have you got any plans for the community chat? They're getting big now, aren't they? Your Saturday night weekly
For
chats.
Saturday, it seems to be, yeah. It's been surprising. I'm glad people still show up, and it's so difficult. It seems like with extra people, even with three of us, sometimes we have a little bit of difficulty taking our, you know what I mean, to chat. I mean, we do it, but I mean, it's just it's a skill that I don't know. I don't think it'll ever get mastered. For
It may come to a point where actually people in the chat have their microphones muted until they get the go ahead by the host.
See,
and
those
then
are some good cues.
It's just something that we could try for maybe an hour, where I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, and then we slowly bring it more as that's the way it goes, Obviously, Mac has got his hand up ready to say something. The microphone then gets muted by me and opened by Mac. I don't know whether or not the host can do that, or it's up to the individual. It's up to the individual person who's talking.
When I'm in here, I can help Mac do that because he added me as a member, so I can mute, I can pop up all his stuff like I'm doing right here, read them off, and so that would, it'd be helpful anyway.
And also, as I just noticed, you get a notification about the status of your mic when the host does it. So it's actually okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I've done it like when, somebody gets on, they got a phone call while they're on the live or whatever. I'll go over
Yeah,
and
that's good.
I'll hit a mute, and try and help out because that happens. And poor Dave.
I put the link
Talking
there. I
spell.
put the link up for Ray. If he wants to come in, Ray, the link is up there, and I can put it in again if you missed it, buddy. Yeah, let me stick it up there again because if you got your head turned, you might have missed it.
I think I could do it too. Let me see. Just curious. Yep, it'll let me do it too for you, Mac, if you ever need.
Okay, buddy. I
Shout
still-
at me. Yep. Cheers, Andy. Cheers, Andy in the house.
I know Brown Chicken. I sold the Heavy Betty. I sold it to a guy. You ain't gonna believe this. 65-year-old man. After I posted it, within minutes, he called me and he said, "Do you still have it?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I want it." And then he tells me, "I don't intend to ever ride it. I've never ridden a Harley in my life or any other motorcycle. I want it as a static display for my shop." I go, "You're kidding." He said, "No, I want your trike." And he paid me lots of money and he got the trike. That was a question Brown Chicken had there about.
I think that was very well explained, old Mac.
I-
Almost quite matter of factly.
Can you
There you
imagine
go.
somebody wanting something bad enough that you're willing to pay that kind of money to put it on just to have, not to? He said he'd watched all my videos and he said, "I want that track." I go, "Well, I took it up to him. We met up in Coleman. We went to the courthouse. I transferred the paperwork and everything. I delivered it to him out there, out in where he lived over there. He's about 70 miles from me. It's over where me and Ray's going to go, over by the actual bridge.
Oh yeah. It's
Uh,
bloody phone. It's got to watch it that it doesn't.
oh,
fall
really a
off.
human being.
Yeah, I get that.
When I got ready to sell my Mustang GT, Angelique posted it. Within 1 hour, I had a lady in Atlanta, Georgia wanted it, and another person. And this guy, he said, "I want it for my son's 16th when he just graduates from high school, or 18th birthday. I want it for his graduation gift." And I met him
Yeah, right.
there, and he gave me a stack of money, and everybody was happy.
Yeah. I know you wouldn't want to give me that as a kid.
Can you imagine?
Unappreciative
Oh, it's
on
fine,
that
you
stuff.
know,
I'd
like-
appreciated it, but
Yeah, it's just all too easy. It reminds me a little bit of, when you were telling us the story of the racing on quads and how the rich kids just didn't give a shit about the care and maintenance of their vehicles. Their tires would have been shredded, and then the slow you and your brother from the behind overtook them all and won the races, slow and steady. Because you're saying that those tires were $70 each.
I placed fourth out of 450 riders, and when I placed fourth, I was 67 years of age.
That is a mean feat.
Guys were
Oh,
8, 25,
That is one mean old feat, mate. That's
Oh.
why we enjoy listening to the tales of the unexpected.
I was born to be wild.
Yeah.
be wild. Yeah, man.
I was singing that today, but I didn't have. Oh no, I had a live going. I was singing on a live, and I also sang a few other Steppenwolf songs. It's Never Too Late. What was the other one I was singing? magic carpet ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had in my youth. I had a big love for Steppenwolf.
Yeah.
John Kay's Steppenwolf.
I like
Great
Time
band.
I like Kenny Loggins, Ranger Zone.
Oh yeah.
Taking it
And you're
in.
going to put that if you can do it, because you're not really worried about monetized. You can do it on a short. I think you get, at least 10 seconds of the which gives you no impact. I think on a short. So when you're riding down that road on your trike, or not you, that's what we were talking about. It was your friend who was riding the trike. That's right. Your friend was riding the trike and had the camera. Yeah, and you're burtling down the road. That'd make a great short with riding to the danger zone. That song.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, Mac. It was a lovely. Boy, that bike had some oomph, didn't it? That Black Betty, Heavy Betty.
Yeah.
Boy, it had some oomph.
Well, the one coming down the driveway was old Black Betty, and the one
Yeah.
that's got 3 wheels, that's old Heavy Betty. And
Heavy Betty.
my newest one is called Miss Piggy.
That's right.
Fender.
Yeah, it has too. Yeah. Look, excuse us for a moment. I don't know how to do this. I think I can do it this way. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
So I'm learning. I got told by my chat today to be diplomatic.
Did you?
Don't come in with all high and mighty. Come in and be diplomatic. You know the rules. And there I am again. And I think that's how we do it. And no one's the wiser.
Thought you was gonna leave the chat for a bit there.
I had a medical treatment. I had a medical treatment that could be confronting.
You're good.
For some people.
You're good. Yeah. Yeah.
Pardon me, I'm eating breakfast.
You're good.
That's all right. It's getting on to about 9 o'clock here in Western Australia, and
Yep. Same. Yep.
we can't really do much in the way of going out and making content because of the health problems I've got at the moment. But one of these days I'll be right to do a camp out myself. When everything's fixed up and sorted and I'm feeling a lot more tickety boo, I'll be able to some rough ideas I've got planned. A bit of Aussie poetry from the likes of Henry Lawson and the old bush ballad, while the damper is cooked and the billy tea boils. Just a quintessential Australian pastime that is sadly losing its power a little bit. But there are, a lot of Australians who would enjoy seeing that again. And I'm not going to go and harvest the bloody seed like the blackfellas do. They'll go and harvest the grass seed, crush it up into flour, and make the there you go. That's a bit of bacon, and or is it jerky, Mac?
That's a dog treat.
It's my doggy. See, it's.
Oh right. Oh God, I thought it was beef jerky. You were going to have it, stick it in your gob.
Theo right there. It's Theo.
Yeah, Theo. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
He'll do anything for that bacon. There he goes. Golly, he's such a good little dog. Did I hear a beep? Oh, I heard a sound. Oh, that's harmonica. Oh, let me put back in. Oh, look at that.
I'm no Larry Adler.
Oh,
I'm definitely no Larry Adler. But I love old sweet. What is it? I don't know that, but it's definitely an old American folk song. That one. I just don't know. Is it Oh Susanna?
Oh, so you know, with the banjo on my knee and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's I think the song. Yeah, Oh Susanna with the
Totally
banjo.
recognizable right off the bat.
I know. What's the other one? Oh, there you go. So a little bit of
oh,
old Windows Saints.
go marching in.
That's
There you
it.
go. Yeah.
Marching in. So here's a little bit of Australia, trying to get you guys to remember your your American music.
Our roots. I
And
know, right?
even a little go on the bloody didgeridoo. Yes, at Motorball. You had your hand up.
No, I think I was just waving at somebody or saying hi. Sorry.
There we go. No, that's all right.
I
I've
do this to say hi. You know, this is raise
Yeah,
my
I
hand.
get it.
I get mixed up.
I've definitely lost the old the groovy blues that I used to play. I used to play this harmonica for hours and hours on end on the streets of Sydney, and 7 weeks later I had enough money to buy a motorcycle, and I rode it all up the east coast of Australia.
Yeah. Why do you start learning something like that? Are you playing like in your own and in your bedroom, and then you started, or did you just learn while you were out on the street messing around and getting a little?
No, it was because I was always fundamentally a muso, but I
Mhm.
wanted to be on a bike, and you can't carry a drum kit on a bike,
Yeah,
but you can carry a harmonica.
sure.
And so I think that's where it came from. So I got a book. My brother bought me a harmonica and a book which was how to play the harmonica instantly, but it had little tips. So if you're so inclined to have a harmonica in your house right now, you pick up the harmonica, and the first 4 notes, you put your tongue up and try and single that note out. And that's the note, the key note of the harmonica, which I think this one's a D.
And knowing how to breathe in and breathe out, you know, like what decides the breathe in and the breathe out accentuations, and you know, that's a lot of stuff to just blowing a harmonica.
Blow and draw, they call it. So drawing the breath and moving the mouth. So it's almost like I was going ooh, 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 ooh. Just little subtleties with your moving of your mouth.
Yeah, a little
But my
control.
harmonica playing has gone downhill because I've lost my top teeth.
Yeah.
And without having the top teeth, the chamber of the mouth has changed.
Weakened.
And you need your teeth. Old blind Melon Chitlin, mightn't have been able to see, but he had his teeth. When he played that harmonica. He had massive lung problems too, so there's a little bit of a similarity.
You have a lot to do with how you talk. Like I've got some missing now over the years.
Yeah,
it has changed my speech. I hear it in my moto vlogs, and I get some little funny sounds here that I'm not used to. Like, yeah, man, that sucks, but whatever.
That's how it was, misspent youth, man. Brush your teeth, yeah, maybe. Brush your teeth, yeah, maybe. You never brushed your teeth.
I had over 20 years in between going to a dentist when I was after I got out of the military. That's all about addiction and not taking care of myself and being selfish, doing what I wanted to do and not being a rebel, and
Mm,
just hurting myself through all that stuff. And
mm.
but I've been on regular now.
Ah, yeah, no, look,
I've been on
it's,
a regular now. I go all the time. I get like about every 3 months actually.
yeah,
Get them cleaned up, taken care of.
it's a very much oh, the story's a real, um, not, it's, I'm just trying to think, it's an inspirational story because you know what the depths of darkness are and you are able to pull yourself out. And
Oh,
that's inspirational. There are still a lot of people, Motorborn, that are
yeah,
still, for whatever reason, they're still there,
yeah.
and they continue to live in that state, and they're not even aware of it.
No, you get
Um,
so used to it, it becomes a
yeah,
habit, and it's so the pain and misery is like a familiar friend, and you're okay with it because your ego
it's a
has
familiar friend.
managed it
Yeah.
for so long, and to leave your ego behind that you don't know is really the culprit, you're not ready to do that, and but taking the chance when it gets bad enough and you take the chance to, get an open mind and try some new things. That's what it was for me. I had enough of the
Mm,
butt whoopings and I couldn't handle the pain no more. I was going to go crazy. I just said, man, I need something different because I don't want to think and feel this way and have the garbage that I had going on up here, the guilt, the shame, the remorse, the stuff that I was doing I knew was bad towards me, my family, job members, friends. I knew the secrets that I had, my motives and stuff I was doing. It's like, man, I'm done with that garbage. I don't want that
mm,
around me, and I don't want to give that to others anymore. And then I had a
mm,
purpose again. And some joy in my life. I was watching mowing the lawn. I remember the first time I was out there mowing the lawn, I saw this butterfly and just captivated. It's like things I missed. And I just sat there and I stopped and I watched the beauty of that butterfly, or like a leaf falling out of the tree. It's like watching God, For me, it was just like all these things were new and fresh again because I was somewhere else for a lot of years. And yeah, joy came back to me and I was, happy, and you had something to give for you had a purpose in your life. It was just, I don't know, that's kind of like some of my story, I guess, but I'm sure a
it's
lot of
just
people talk
wonderful.
about
Wonderful to hear, Motorborn. The most refreshing thing on the internet tonight.
that.
And I'm not being facetious
No,
or not having a cheap shot. I'm saying that that's an inspirational story,
yeah,
you know?
well, it's a
Um,
gift, and once you realize that other people have some imprisonments of their own and you want to help them so bad, you see them so because you recognize it, you recognize yourself and them, and you want to give them the key and say, man, you don't ever have to be in that torment or that crap or in that self-hate or resentments and fearing all the time. Man, there is a way out when you're ready. As they say, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And then you hear new things, you listen, and you're changing different things in your life, your habits, your mannerisms, and that all happens through the higher power thing. And then you're so thankful, you know.
I,
You
I
have
was
gratitude.
going to say that, I was going to say that, you know, for us in particular, we do have motorcycles and they do help greatly.
Yeah.
Without motorcycles, yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
where I'd be, man.
Oh, this
You know,
community habit for me with it.
yeah, I
All these
don't know
people.
where I'd be without a bike. I I don't really want to think about that,
Yeah.
because I've met a few people, staunch, lifelong bike riders, and then their health had the better of them. They couldn't ride no more, and yeah, it sort of cut me up a bit,
Yeah.
talking to a guy who's ridden his whole life, and then he gets congenital eye disease, and he can't ride because the government's told him, no, sorry, mate, you can't see. And he'll try his best to jump on a farm bike and do a lap around the fenced area, is to try to get that feeling of riding again. But he's given up on it. And this guy would ride like I do, you know, state to state to state. And yeah, it sort of it struck a chord with me a little bit how fortunate I've got. My health is quite good, really,
Yeah.
compared to other people, and I'm still able to jump on the bike. Went on the bike today, took the live crew with me. They all loved it, but the sound was just awful. Just absolutely abysmal. My microphone thing. So I don't mind having a bit of encouragement of the super chat and all of those sorts of things. Please, you like this one guy wanted to buy me a laptop and a camera, and I'm going, well, you know, that's great. I don't need those things.
Yeah.
But if you feel so grateful for what you're, you know, hearing in the last couple of weeks that you've been tuning into Dave's channel, and you want to give back a little bit, there is the super chat option, or you can buy me a coffee, and I can use those funds to put fuel in my tank, to buy a meal, to get some accommodation for the night, to buy a microphone, to do better content making for my viewers. So don't feel as if it's you know, I rarely go on about the super chat because you don't want to sound like a beggar, you know. Or actually how I call it, like a TV evangelist. You know, please support in the name of God, support.
Yeah, that's terrible, isn't it?
And they've got a terrible habit of doing that, you know. The American
And they prey on
4
people
o'clock in the
who
morning.
feel bad about themselves and feel, because, like, you know, that selfish thing that's stuck in some of us sometimes. You're like, well, if I do this and I do it for God, I'll be better and I'll have pleased him, you know. And it's all the wrong manipulation of giving. And then this pastor's over there riding in his car and got AC in his doghouse, and, you know, you're like,
yeah. What was his name? Jimmy Swaggart.
remember?
Awful. Yeah, awful, you know. And they cleaned up because they got onto that, you know, the guilt and the shame, you know, of living in sin. And if you just pay this, you know, all your sins are absolved. And I never got any savings from that sort of stuff. But I've seen it on the early morning.
But in a way, those things kind of help you in your story and what you do, because if you do fall for that, which I have too, and listen to it, and you try and you work hard and you do all those works, and you're still stuck in this, you know, I don't have the good news yet. You know, those are things that bring you down to find the deeper levels of what's really going on, you know. So I don't know, it helped me. All this stuff I was supposed to experience, you know.
Yeah, look, it has its place, and if it's done correctly, it's really good. You know, it does give those people who, I guess the same could be said, you know, when someone gives me a donation in a live chat, you know, I'll thank you for the blessings, you know. I learned that one because that's what it is. And I learned that from EB, you know, it's blessings.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing. Yeah. So I get it. But boy, you got to be, you can get sucked into old Jimmy Swaggart shows. If you're, you know, feeling very alone, and then suddenly he'll be saying something that just strikes a note with you, and you're hooked. You know, they're clever, the old TV and evangelicist or whatever they're called. They're pretty clever psychological manipulators.
I grew up thinking that was like what they're doing. They were doing a much better thing in their lives than what I was doing, because I didn't know no better. You know, I didn't understand what was going on for a long time, and I thought, well, that's the way you got to be. You got to dress up. You got to get in your suit. You better go to church. You better change your life, and you better live this way, and you better live that way. And that didn't sound appealing at me at all. It just left me sticking with my ego and doing my partying and all my hardcore stuff that I was doing, and never found the way, because it was just a part of, like, that was not an attraction. I thought that's what I wanted, and I was wondering what was wrong with me. Why can't I live that way? Why can't I accomplish those things? Because I may try it for a few days or a few weeks, and it always dissipated.
Yeah, you relapse. Yeah.
Back doing what I was doing.
The relapse, because it's comfortable and familiar.
Yeah. But even that stuff, is like, I think it's overrated what they push on what you should be, or what those like we was talking about, the pastors that were on the TV, the evangelists, when you find out they're manipulating you too, and putting, so you become dependent on them and not God, really, is what it is. It's
Yeah.
You depend on hearing their word, what they're saying, and their actions, and you admiring them and what they're doing, and, well, look how I dress and look how I act, and I, and you're like, it doesn't work.
I love what Sterling will put on the beginning of one of his videos.
Yeah.
It was the TV evangelist farting.
Robert
and
Tilton.
that was quite good. I know it's an old video, but I hadn't seen it before.
Yeah.
I tell you, where I had a falling out with the televangelist is where they actually go through the scriptures, and they pick a topic that they want to work on today. Let's just say the topic is homosexuality. They'll go to Leviticus and they will preach to you about the sins of homosexuality, based upon the words in Leviticus about man should not live with men like he would a woman, and the sin is abomination. That means you'll be stoned to death. See, that's where they leave off. They don't go ahead and read the rest of Leviticus. If you go on down there, when you're selling your Boston butts and stuff, and selling the pork and stuff at the church and all that stuff, go ahead and read on down in there and see what the sins for eating pork is. It's called an abomination. The sin is death.
Yeah, right.
So
yeah.
Pick out and want to use a topic and use the Bible like a weapon. Now that I think what God is saying. So listen to your heart. God's going to guide you. And Ray, to God. Here's the God of Georgia.
Yeah. Good morning, Ray.
Good morning, Ray.
Everybody. Morning.
How's the blood today? How's the sugar?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't either. I don't
know. Sensor went out, so I ain't put another one on.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just glad you're here this morning.
Yeah, we all are, Ray. Fucking nice. Definitely.
Well, Rod, it's already November. Rod's already rolled into November already.
Jeez, look at that, eh? It's just turned the 31st over there today, isn't it? The last day of October for you guys.
Amen, Tony.
Tony, Rob.
Yeah, man. Tony, who's Tony from, and who? Like,
he's from my channel.
Your channel, right on. Yeah.
So he likes quality chat. He's been a big supporter of my channel now for at least 17, 18 months. Yeah. Tony's a good guy.
I could tell. That's why I said, seeing him a few times kept popping up in the chat. So, man, I got to ask, where's he from? Whose channel is he with?
But he may
greeting and say hi.
What's the right word? He might elaborate a little bit more where he's from. I know where he's from, but we'll let Tony tell his American colleagues in the chat here just what he's all about. And you know, as the host of the lives too, you got to ask the probing questions. You know, like what I do now in my lives is I'll go roll call. Yeah. Okay, where you all from? and it allows the chat to engage quite sensibly, because if someone says, my mum, yes, it's funny, but it's defeating the purpose. I'm asking that question to find out what parts of the world the chat's reaching. And I've had a lot of Russians on lately, and they all went today.
Yeah.
So they all went. All got no content, no subscribers. They go. It's Sig told me how to be, no mercy, be ruthless, Dave. You've got too many trolls in your chat room. Just be ruthless.
Yeah.
They all ran away because they didn't like that they were not being silenced by me. They were being silenced by the moderators in the chat.
Yeah.
And that was quite interesting to see. Boom, pounce. They don't last long.
Well, what's on the agenda today, Ray?
Well, Katie wants me to take her down to the dealer where she can check in to get her digital coin. I got to take the man to the doctor at 1:30. That's about it.
Yeah.
That'll still be a full day.
Yeah, Katie wants to get out tomorrow and ride her bike somewhere, so I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow.
Yeah, we still got nice weather for a few days.
Yeah.
So, the 70s here.
I think it's 67 here.
What is it now? Yes, 65 right now, going to be 78. Jeez, dang near 80 degrees. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all was saying yesterday when you saw me on the rice burner and the pressure cooker there, Dave. That was funny.
Oh
man.
yeah, sorry about that. That was terrible.
No, it was beautiful, man. I knew where you because man, I'm used to that. That's good stuff. I totally know.
Oh, good. It was all said in jest, mate.
It was super fun, and I knew everybody's having a kick out of it, But no, I always wear that stuff. I wear that stuff in 70, 80 degree, 90 degree weather. It's very rare. I'll have my arms out every time I do. I think about that time. What if I slip? What if I fall?
Yeah.
And I try to keep that in my brain, even though it's a little suffering. I'm like, I'd rather suffer a little then than have regrets later. And I try to remind myself. I mean, I don't do it every time, but about 95% of the time, I'd say. It's very rare. But yeah, I dress up like that all the time. So.
Oh man, road rage is no good. Not road rage. Road rash is no good.
Yeah.
It hurts. It takes a long time.
Yeah, it does.
Let me try.
Yeah, but
Been there, done that.
Yeah, and the thing about I think about stuff, and not to be controversial or somebody different, but man, if I didn't have my bike, I could still be happy, man. I could still have stuff to do and be grateful, man. I've had some great times riding my bikes, and I'm just like, it's not my life. I mean, I may talk, and it may sound like, for me, like a noble thing to say. Maybe some people feel that way, and there's nothing wrong with that. But man, I'm not going to set myself up for unhappiness if something happens to a bike or my physical ability or whatever it may be. That I'm going to agree that, well, if I don't have a bike and I can't ride, my life isn't going to be the same. That's like, people that pass in our lives. Well, so and so ain't here no more, so I'm just going to be miserable and sad all the time. It's like.
Yeah.
And that's self-sabotaging thinking, and you start agreeing to that stuff, and you act that out. So we got a different way out of things, man. Yeah, it'd suck. I wouldn't want to throw my bikes away or not have the purpose, but man, I could carry on.
Yeah.
But look, granted, to hear a different perspective, I will say that, and instantly, I don't really actually mean that, because if my bikes were gone from me, I've still got my music. I still got, and I can travel and go to remarkable places when I play my music. Close my eyes and I'm back at recruit camp again. Or playing the guitar, and I'm up in the space again, playing the space rock. So yeah, you're right. There are a myriad of things that define us. Just rediscovering my art practice again would be a lovely, a segue from motorcycling, or painting the scenes that I've been seeing. There's so much you can do. You're right, and I hadn't thought about it in that perspective. So for that, I'm very grateful.
We just exaggerate some stuff. I mean, we say a lot of things we exaggerate and whatever, but I was just like, it was something to talk about. It's like, but I can't agree to, like I said, set myself up for disappointment.
That's why I got a boat and 4-wheeler and a camper.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy yourself on your camp out?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Relaxing, caught a few fish? Or you didn't catch any fish?
We didn't get to go fishing. Now, Bobby, our camp host, was supposed to take us out Tuesday, but Monday night he had a little mild stroke. They think he did. So.
Yeah, I did hear that in the video that or the chat. I think what you were talking about is a mild stroke, and he was you were quite worried about him.
Yeah.
Tony, I'm about the same age as you, man. We are right on cue. I'm gonna be 61 this December, but pretty close. God bless you back, man. 2-4. In Canada, in case anybody like Tony doesn't know where he's from up in the.
He might get out on his bike again today. He was hoping he could get a couple more rides in.
Sneak it out of the storage there.
He said he left the battery, so he's still got a battery in it. So all he's got to do is go over and start it up and drive it.
Yeah.
It's just sitting there. He'll winterize. Is that what you guys call it? Winterize your bikes?
Yeah.
Something that I've never.
I don't have to do that here.
No, I don't winterize them because they don't stay parked.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I do on Katie's bike, because she won't ride in cold weather, and I particularly don't like riding her bike, is before probably middle of this month or in the next middle or end of the month, we'll go, just like she won't ride tomorrow. So if we ride her tank of gas out tomorrow, I will stop, top it off with ethanol free.
Yeah. You don't want ethanol in there.
Yeah, it'll stay in the garage and plugged up all winter.
So like stable? Put stable in it, they call it?
No.
Does stable work?
It might, but it's just like my boat. I don't run it about 3 times a year, maybe 4.
Yeah.
But I always keep in our local store up here sells ethanol, premium ethanol, free gas. And and I keep it plugged up. It can sit out there 6 months. I go out there and pump the ball, hit the choke, and it'll fire right up.
Yeah.
And that's due to the ethanol free.
Will the ethanol? I was just going to say, will the ethanol have a moisture content in the fuel?
Yeah, 10%.
Yeah, that's what you don't want. You don't want that shit sludging around in your oil.
Yeah, but the ethanol will eat up rubber fuel lines, and that's why you don't run it in your lawn equipment, because once it sets all winter, it just deteriorates. And ethanol gas, you can get you a gallon of ethanol gas and you set it out, and within about, I'd say 4 to 5 weeks, it ain't no good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I like the ethanol free.
So
that's what we got here. We do have like an ethanol type fuel, but I always stay well away from that because I heard it just makes your engine ping.
Yeah,
it's no good.
Yeah,
it's no good.
No, but I'll just run the high test ethanol because it don't sit in the tank a day.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, you're always using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, yeah, that's a good question, Tony. You know, do you guys, you know, when you do winterize your bikes, or the people that do they start them up occasionally through the winter, or do they leave them on a trickle charge? You know, the bikes, or they just disconnect the battery.
I got mine set up. I will, when I'm gone in December, I'll plug the trickle charger in it so it'll be, because I always like to ride on 1st of January. January 1st, I always try to do every year. I try to start my year off with a ride, and it's worked so far.
Yeah, we do our New Year's Day ride every year too.
Yeah.
Man, I've been on some cold rides, let me tell you, in January. Woo!
Yeah.
I find it refreshing and challenging. I don't want to do it every day or all the time, but if the colder it gets, the more in my brain I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna show up for work in this weather. You know, people are like, hey, you rode your, nobody's riding their motorcycle out there. Yeah, well, I am today. You know, that kind of feeds my little bit of my inner ego or whatever.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
challenge.
yeah.
And I'm like refreshed when I get to work, and I feel like I accomplished, and it was a good thing. You know, like. Same thing when I go back. I have my focus. I know I got to get dressed. I'm going to get on this bike and I'm going to make it home, you know, and I love it. So,
no, I did remember the video with you and your brother riding in the snow. I mean, granted, you only had a light dusting of snow.
Yeah.
But, mate, you know, compared to an Australian and what we see, that was a big snow blizzard. It looked like you had a good dusting of snow.
Yeah, there was a little bit of drifting in the fields and stuff, and most of it was warm enough that even though we had snow, the ground is not frozen, so you don't have to risk like the roads icing up unless you're on a bridge possibly. But you know, so it was safe, and it was melting that day. But there just happened to be snow left and right of us, and maybe some wet patches and stuff to watch on the road. But that was an ego ride. You know, let's go out and do this. How many opportunities do we get to live and go out and do this on our motorcycles and push limits, you know?
Yeah, now I won't ride once
safely.
It gets below freezing for the ice on the road.
Yeah, that's not good. Definitely. So yeah, I don't winterize. I ride all winter. Every day I keep my stuff on a tender. I plug it in every day. Every night,
there you go.
Even overnight, it's just something I do. I come in, I plug it in.
So you've always got the trickle, yeah.
In the wintertime, I unplug the air coolant, air circulator, you know, because it's sitting there on the thermostat. Anything goes wrong, man, it would suck all the current right out of your battery because it pulls quite a bit of current. You can actually see it on the meter when the fan kicks in.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, I get this news break thing. I want to share it with you. It says death row inmate denied final cigarette before execution because it was bad for his health. Right there.
Oh my God.
Denied a cigarette because it was bad for his health.
Yeah. One last cigarette. They wouldn't let him have it.
You might die before you die.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God! Yeah, they don't want to take the joy of you know, killing him away. God.
No.
Yeah.
God, that's funny. Actually, it's ridiculous.
It is.
The Americans, you know, so political correctness has just gone out the window, hasn't it?
Hey, look at this. Look at this painted Halloween picture. All right, this is Halloween. The guy, they're going to use the guillotine on him. You know, they're going to cut his head off, and he wanted a cigarette, so he wants one last deep breath. So he takes him out, and the blade comes down, and out of his body, smoke comes falling out.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Halloween image.
Yeah, the Halloween execution.
Yeah. With the smoke popping out of his top of his trachea. Yeah. He ain't got no neck now because that was gone.
Yeah.
Well,
You know,
brother,
our-
I'm going to raise my hand.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just was because I'm just doing that because I'm gonna hop off and get myself ready and do my work thing, and maybe if you're still going later, I'll come on and say hi if you're around, if you don't mind anyway. And other than that, it was great getting on and saying good morning, Dave. Thanks for being here, and Ray.
Yeah, look,
everybody in the
Moto.
chat, the new people that we met.
I really enjoyed the live last night. I really
Yeah.
enjoyed the live today. It was,
Yeah.
you know, civil. Yeah, it's quite a change from Dave's channel, that's for sure.
Tomorrow, is it? Today's Thursday, right? Yeah, tomorrow,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Friday,
today, in
Friday.
a couple of
What
hours,
time?
it'll be Friday here.
7
So,
o'clock. Ray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 o'clock.
Let's
We'll
go
see how
visit
it
Ray.
goes, I
7.
reckon.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
I'm just gonna leave the
Okay.
studio. Goodbye, Mac. Thank you for having me, man.
Well, come on back.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you, Motorborn.
See you, Moto.
Bye-bye.
That was funny about the bloody death row inmates. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Ain't going to be long.
Absolutely.
I'll have to get off. She's wanting to go down to Conyers, so I slept late today.
Ah, good. Yeah, you know, you needed it.
Yeah, I did.
I love it when I sleep in. If she comes over there and wakes me up, now I know I've had a good night of sleep because I'm usually the first one up. But yeah, sometimes you just go into that deep sleep. Next thing you know, you're having somebody shake you to wake you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't I know it. Anyway.
Yeah, I was wanting to get out, go do a long.
I'll say nothing there on that one.
Yeah.
But anyway, what did you reckon? Still pretty funny, really. Yeah, fuck it. Jesus. Yeah, nah, all good, guys. Yeah. So we had a bit of didgeridoo playing before, Ray. Hey, the yakety. The yakety stick.
You played the didgeridoo.
Played the didgeridoo.
Does it take a lot of air to play it, Dave?
Very much a lot of air. And I haven't got much air. You wouldn't think so, talk. But it's quite a good instrument.
Look at this
But,
didgeridoo.
This one's a real high one. And it's got a few things in the middle of it. But and it's getting the right positioning on the bloody mouthpiece. Sounds like a roar. Nah, sorry, mate. I'm not a black fella, but I am a man, and men are allowed to play the yakety or the didgeridoo. Men are allowed to play it, but not women. They get pregnant if they play that. So in the Aboriginal language or Aboriginal lifestyle, sort of, it's a very much a men's ceremony thing, and you have the sticks and also the way they. I don't know. Have you all seen a Aboriginal corroboree?
I don't think so.
I'll try and dig up some and put because there's an independent television station that I could be able to get some footage from and post it for your. I think it's a bit like when Rod B showed you those paintings, old Mac. When Rod showed his paintings.
Yeah.
And the same with the Native Indians. They have a lovely music and art culture that dates back thousands of years, and it's good to hear that stuff. I think we're about 67,000 years old, the Indigenous race.
Is
Are you in
that
Australia?
is that a piece of bamboo? That is the thing
No.
made out of bamboo?
It's a hollowed log. So what happens is you could make it out of bamboo, but traditionally what it is, it's hey, sorry about that, guys. It's traditionally a limb of a tree.
Oh,
And the limb of the tree, so if you can imagine that's a bit of the tree, and there's branches and everything coming off it, they get the axe and they trim it all down, and the white ants have eaten the centre of the tree, of the branch, and that creates the hollow. Unfortunately, I think this one is a bamboo one. I don't think it's wood. But yeah, there are a myriad. I think it's more ornamental this than an actual. You'd never want to play it because it's just too
Hey,
high.
put the mouthpiece over there close. Put the mouthpiece towards the camera. You know, just aim the end of it. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Look at that.
So that's all beeswax that goes
Oh.
on the. So beeswax goes, and I haven't got the proper seal, because when you get the right seal, the vibrations in the wood will actually allow the you don't need much air then, because you've got this resonance going. It's a
Yeah.
bit like when the two Harleys go together and you've got that inertia sound when
Yeah.
the two bikes line up together.
When
Um,
when Ray and I was riding, I mentioned to him how beautiful that sound was when the two Harleys harmonized. They had that resonant frequency that was so pleasing.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a lovely sound. No,
Yeah.
you know, if you go just that little bit staggered, you lose that inertia sound. Just a little bit forward or a little bit back.
Yeah. Yeah.
They've got
You
to
gotta
be.
be
They've
right.
got to be together.
Yep.
I remember as a boy, we would go out and we could hear those old B-17s and B-29s, and the B-36 was so special. It droned. The B-36 had 6 pusher engines on it. It had 6 piston engines, and then it had 4, 4 jet engines on it. That's the old birdie,
Really?
the 36, the Peacekeeper.
Yeah, right. Because it's what got full of missiles.
Yeah, that was back. That was in the early '50s when it was popular. But you could hear that thing. Every one of us could identify that sound. We could look up before looking up. We'd say B-29 or B-36. We knew the sounds.
Yeah. A lot like us with
Yeah.
our bikes today. We can pick bikes. What bike they? A Ducati has a different note to a Harley. You
Yeah,
know, a Triumph has a different note to a Japanese bike.
and the
Yeah.
6-cylinder Honda, it's got to sound like a V. It's got its own separate sound. That the 6-cylinder Honda.
Beautiful bike. Big inline 6. A big inline 6 Honda.
Yeah, the inline was beautiful, but the flat 6, for the I don't even know what model it's called. It's got a flat 6 engine in it, and it's got a neat sound. The inline was really
Is it a
cool.
Rudd Superior or something like that?
Mhm.
What was that thing, Ray? What is that thing called? The Honda that everybody, it's got the 6-cylinder motor in it, 1800 cc.
Yeah.
CX?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Honda.
You hadn't asked me, I could have told
There's a
you.
couple of guys that rides them that's on here, and they got a nice sound to them as well. One of them is one guy that I follow. His is Going SS, I believe that's his channel, Going SS, and he's got the 6-cylinder model too. It sounds really good.
Oh, yeah.
But that 6-cylinder inline was a killer. The Kawasaki had one that they took off the wood because so many people got themselves killed on it.
Oh, yeah.
Torque.
The torque was just too much. I had a 250 Kawasaki, my only Kawasaki. I got it for next to nothing, $50 or something, or $100, I think. It didn't run, and it went to the motorcycle shop, and I think I spent about $900, and it ran for maybe 20, 30 kilometers, and then it fouled up the plugs again because it was a two-stroke. And but boy, when it ran like a Formula One motorcycle. The sound of it was incredible with the triple. So Kawasaki and those triples, they were fast bikes, man.
Yeah.
They were lovely sounding machines when they ran right.
Yeah.
When they don't run right, they just buckets of shit, really.
The CBX 1000.
Yeah, the CBX 1000. That's it. The big inline six bike.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's a lot of pipes coming out of that front of that motor.
Oh yeah, all chrome too.
I had a CB 750 that ran real good. I really like mine.
Yeah, so did I, Mac. I loved my CB 750. It was the second bike I ever owned. $900, I think I paid for that bike.
Wow.
I loved it. And especially coming off an 80cc DS Suzuki. And then my next bike was a CB 750 Honda 4. Oh, boy. I love that bike. And now you see them, they're tiny. They're so small. Old Honda.
That's right.
But, when I was a kid, they were a big bike. I remember them being a big bike.
Yeah. Now, when I got divorced the first time, my wife kept all of our pictures. But when we was married, I had a CB 750 chopper, and the closest thing I could find to look like it, because it got the same headlight and everything on it, was that right there.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Look at that.
It had the cut-off pipes, Queen King seat, but my handlebars were shaped like lightning bolts.
Yeah, I know, the Z-bolts. Yeah, really.
Yeah.
That's old school. That's a real Californian chopper, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. My uncle got it somehow, and I had an old Blazer that we parted out, and I give him the front and rear end and a motor and transmission for it.
Yeah, my CB 50 was a 1979 model. I see Tony, he still got his 79. He still has his. Yeah, mine was bought new in 1979, and 1 month after I bought the CB 750, which I really loved because it had the Vetter fairing on it. I bought a Suzuki 750 Suzuki G model, I believe it was called. Oh man, that was a good running machine. It wasn't just bad.
Yeah. Oh, look, Ray and old Mac, not a true word was said. We cut our teeth on Japanese motorcycles. The Japanese motorcycle taught us how to ride. It was Harley was something much later on in the motorcycling life for me.
Yep.
Much later on. I think when I turned 42, that's when I bought my Harley. And I'll never forget it because they always say, what's the meaning of life? And it's 42. Okay. That's what they say anyway. The meaning of life is 42. So I got myself a Road King for a very good price. And boy, as soon as I had that Road King, I was all over the country. Riding here, there, over east, back over west, up to the Northern Territory. You couldn't get me off the thing.
What is it like? What is it like going up to the Kimberleys?
See, if I was on my bloody laptop now, I could bring up the bloody series for you to watch. And
I
you
mean,
can,
you know, we have here. You think about we go up into the Colorado Rockies, or we go up in the New England area, or we go out to the west, out to the Grand Canyon, or something like that. The Kimberleys is a mining area, right?
and yes and no. Predominantly, it's Aboriginal land. It's
Oh,
predominantly cattle country. That's
oh,
where the big Brahman bulls live. It's predominantly geez, I thought I saw someone just outside, but I must be saying things. But it is Halloween night. You never know. Yeah, I just hate getting things pinched. People pinching things. A lot of people out in the community tonight walking around. That's also probably a great opportunity for car thieves just to go into that. I must be seeing things. Anyway, I just saw something in a glimpse of my eye. Looked like a person at the window, and I forgot what I was talking about. Sorry, guys.
we was talking about the Kimberleys.
Ah, yes. Okay. So, yes, the Kimberleys is our savannah. Pretty much. It's our savannah. So it's a lot like Africa, actually. The Kimberleys is a lot like Africa. Then you have ancient rock formations, and then you have areas of boab trees. Then you have mining is more south. It's in the Pilbara, is the mining, because it's so resource rich. The Kimberleys has an Argyle diamond mine that's actually closed down now, but for years they were getting diamonds out of the Kimberleys. But predominantly it's the cattleman's country. The cattle up there, they're not really that good to eat. Chewing on that old rough, dry grass, If you're going to eat beef, the beef in the southwest where it's got the green, lush grass pastures is always the sweeter and tender meat. But the poor old cattle in the north, they don't have much chance. It's all pretty dry, chewy old bloody grass. It's not like the lush paddocks of the south.
And you had such a big thing of it. I gave you your smallest cup.
Yeah, thanks, honey.
All right, look, guys, she's hollering at me.
Okay, Ray.
I gotta go get a shower and get her down yonder.
Down yonder.
Before I get cut off. Yeah, before I get cut off.
Good to see you, Ray. Good having a chat.
All right,
Thanks
we
for
see y'all
telling
in the
us about
morning.
Thanks for telling us about the CB 750 chopper.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow night, maybe.
No worries, mate.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing how that's going to go. So,
You have a good day. Be safe.
all right, y'all do the same.
Bye-bye.
See you, mate.
Bye, y'all.
I haven't heard that since last Wednesday's talk and ride. Looky there, here, yonder. It's an expression that is so never said in Australia. Look over there, yonder. Look at there you go. Yeah, Jerry.
Going to the moon. Well, the shuttle never went to the moon, but it's beautiful anyhow.
That's a space shuttle. Yeah, okay. I thought it was a wedding picture.
The moon, the space shuttle didn't, but the Saturn rocket went to the moon.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
2-4, won't you come in and join us there? I'll give you my little link here. So I'd like to see your smiling face.
Well, if 2-4 comes in, I'm going to bail. I'll be glad that you got someone in the chat with you, old Mac. I'm going to go and make some dinner and supper time. It's right, dinner's lunchtime in America, so I'm going to fix me some supper and get back to the editing. And I'll see you all online again real soon, if you don't mind.
No, man, I had to take. Let me get me off here. I don't know how I got big. Oh, I was wrong. What's going? Oh, I see. Your picture's smaller now. Oh, because I'm wide like this, and you're
Oh, well,
vertical.
if I come here, then it's a little better. But
No,
night,
no.
you all.
All right. Well, come on back. You know where the channel is. You're always
Oh,
welcome.
I do. I do know where it is, but it'll be good if we don't see each other. I will see each other in the big community chat for a very interesting episode of Motorborn Virginia's community chat.
Well, don't forget Ray Gregory is on tomorrow night.
He is too, and I've got it all. I've got the bells and dingling bells rung, all primed up for the notification. So that's how you do it. You hit the dingling bell, and you get all the content.
The dingling bell.
All right, old Ray. I'm sorry. All right, old Mac. I called you old Ray there. I must be a bit tired. I'll let you go, everybody. Good night, everyone.
Love you, man.
Thanks for having us, man. Love yous all too. There we go.
Well, today might be a short day. I don't know. We're gonna let it run for a while. I ain't got nowhere to go, nowhere to be. It's terrible to be living in a lonely, wooded area where you never hear anything. Maybe a bird or two chirping. It's pretty quiet out there right now. We have birds here. For those that don't know, we have birds here that sing at night that makes noise. In the spring, I have a bird called the Chuckwill Widow. And the Chuckwill Widow is very similar if you listen to his musical note of that of the whippoorwill. It's a 4-note. Chuckwill's Widow, Chuckwill's Widow, Chuckwill's Widow, and he'll do that all night long. And it just goes on, and he calls his mates up. And one time, right here by my window, I had a fairly large tree, and the Chuckwill Widow landed in the window. I went over there with my camera and took a picture of him out there on the limb. He's got real big eyes. They're what they call a nighthawk. They feed at night, and they do their breeding and all that kind of stuff. In daytime, they harbor up. They're a pretty good sized bird. And you can look them up, Chuckwill's Widow. And they're beautiful. Well, what happened there in 2011, we had 34 tornadoes in Alabama in one day, April the 27th, 2011. 2 EF5s. And what that done is it tore down so many trees that their habitat was destroyed, and they moved on to another area. But I do hear them. But I've counted over 20 Chuckwill Widows at night calling from one hill to the other. And you can hear them a quarter of a mile away. They've got a loud call. And to me, it's just beautiful. You go out there at night and you hear some animals making noises, and Chuckwill Widow, he'll be out there doing his thing. He's kind of like the call of the mourning dove. I have a lot of mourning doves here, and the mourning dove, it makes a lonely, sad sound, but the Chuckwill Widow is more of an upbeat bird. Dave was playing. He was doing It takes a lot of air to do what he was doing when he was doing the didgeridoo. "34 tornadoes. It was the largest outbreak of tornadoes. I believe there was 280 tornadoes altogether. 34 was on the ground at one time. 34 in the state of Alabama on the ground at one time, ranging anywhere from EF1 to EF5 and multiple EF5s. We had one EF5 and one EF4 come here to my place. And if you've never lived through an EF5, my cousin that lives over on the ridge over there, she had a 3-bedroom brick home that was built in the last 10 years, and it was built with the latest tornado standards, the best of materials, everything, and it picked it up over there. Her house left over there, and it landed 2.5 miles from her location over to County Road 35. Her house was deposited over there, over like a 5 or 6 acre area. All the bricks, everything. That's 2.5 miles with those bricks in the air that landed over, and all that stuff went right over my house. And the house over that house, if you see me come out of my driveway over there, there's a house that's got 17 rooms and 7 gables. It's not an apartment building, it's a house, 17-room house. It took, as it went through, it cut through on his property over. It went over me and cut his house in 1/3, took 1/3 of his house away. It just took it away. 2.5 miles now from her house. Now, let me tell you a little story. Her husband and their son, 12-year-old boy, was making a decision to go to the storm cellar. And so she said, no, I'm going to go down into the basement, get in the bathroom in the basement, and you go ahead and you can go to the storm cellar, you and the boy, because I don't want to get up there where the spiders and snakes and stuff like that is in the storm cellar. She is afraid of spiders. So she goes down and gets in the garage, goes down in the basement, and adjacent to the basement was a 4-car garage down there, and she got inside of this bathroom. Now, the tornado started coming. They had already looked over and they saw it just like it did. They saw it, and it was 4 or 5 miles away when they saw it. So she's in there, and she sat down on the floor, and here comes the tornado, and all of a sudden her bathroom got really light because the ceiling of the bathroom, she could look up through it, peeled everything away. The house, she watched the house go away, including most of the foundation. I mean, all that concrete and stuff that was in the ground. Her lawn out there, it pulled all the grass out of her lawn, all of it, everything. It was one of those lawns that they put down in sections, and it had been there for 3 years. Well, it peeled her front lawn off, and it took the lawn with it. Well, the husband and the boy was in the storm cellar, and then when they heard it pass over, they step outside, and when the first thing you looked over, the house is gone. I mean, there ain't nothing left. It's gone. And so the husband says to the 12-year-old son, said, Mom is gone. And he was holding his son real tight, and the son was crying in his arms. And he said, yeah, the good Lord took Mama away today. And the little boy said, I see her, Daddy, I see her. And then the daddy said, no, son, she's gone. He said, "No, look." And he finally turned around, and there comes Mom up out of a ditch. Big hole in her head right here. A brick hit her in the head. She was bleeding all down the side of her face. That's my cousin. And oh my God, they run over there. And she was a little bit dazed. But so she began to tell the story of what happened. She was down there. And when the house, everything started lifting and going away, it lifted her up off the floor. Her feet was above her head, and she run her arm through the seat. The toilet seat was flapping like this, and she run her arm through there, and she got a hold of it, and everything went away. And then she fell down to the floor, and that's when the brick hit her in the head. And I went over. I was over there within 20 minutes from the time the tornado passed over. I went over there to see how many survived. The thing was a half mile wide at the bottom. I got all the. If you go to I've got all of my pictures posted of all that damage. It killed 34 people over there, and it picked their bodies up and it dropped them out on the highway. They started raining the bodies down. It wasn't a pretty sight. That was April the 27th, 2011. I was in a pretty good earthquake in California too, Sterling Wheel. We were up in Northern California, over on the coast, a little town called Ferndale. Ferndale was right on the coast there. And my uncle, an old retired seaman, he had 38 years in the Navy. He felt it coming on. He said, "Oh, come on, boys, let's go out." We went out and got in the yard, and the land was just swaying, and the water was coming up out of the from the Pacific Ocean. But he lived on one of those little inlets over at Ferndale, and that water came all the way up to the house. But he knew everything to do. He said he had quite a few earthquakes, and that was the biggest. That was my first big one. And then in Seattle, we had an 8 on the Richter scale. We had an 8. It destroyed everything. The Boeing company, the company I worked for, all the big buildings collapsed in. And I do love Ferndale. When the building, everything all collapsed in, and it was a lot of destruction there. It really tore up Alaska. And I don't remember where it was located, but it was rated as an 8, which is 8 is a big ass. That is a big one. I think 9 they had when the big tsunami happened over in Japan. That was rated as a 9, maybe 9 plus. Over there, Sterling Wheel near Ferndale, when you're riding along 101 over in that area, hey, if you go to the Boeing Museum, as you go inside, there's 2 big books in there. Since I worked for the company and we were in a position in the company, they all wanted all managers, and they didn't want. They said, "This is the amount of money we need." And they took $3,500 out of my check. And so we are founders. They put us in one book, founders, the ones that generously donated to the Boeing Museum. I love it too. We were just up there last year. My daughter came and got me, and we went up there, and they've added a few new things since I left there. But I love the SR-71. You can get up close and personal with the SR-71. You go over there and you see the replication of the old Boeing Factory 1. See, I worked at Boeing Plant 2. Plant 1 was where they made all the seaplanes. And he had in 1918 a V8 engine You remember Boeing developed all their engines, and they got the government came in and busted up Boeing, monopolized it, I guess to call it, and a brand new company called Pratt and Whitney was formed. And then Boeing had their own airline service, and the government said, no, you can't make airplanes and have your own airline service. So that became United. That's all part of the Boeing history. United Aircraft Company came because the government forced the Boeing company to give up their, remember at that time they was flying Boeing's tri-motor. It looked like the Ford tri-motor, and had the aluminum siding on the side or corrugated metal on it, and that was such a machine. The B-52, you can't work at the Boeing company unless you had something to do with B-52, because it has been, not only did they make them for many years, but they also keep bringing up now B-52H. I remember that modification. I used to work in my job, and a lot of the things we did was modification work on some of the old stuff, bringing them up to the new stuff, new standards. I'll tell you the plane I really like. I like the B-47. It didn't last long. It was a short-lived plane, but the B-47, when it would take off out of Castle Air Force Base, it would use JETO assist. You know, he had 6 rockets back there by the tail, and it would just, oh my God, that thing was awesome to watch it take off. JETO or whatever, JETO assist. It was beautiful. There's a place over in Ferndale, somewhere close to Ferndale, where when you're going up a hill, you swear to God that you're going down the hill, and you let off the gas and you roll to a stop. You go, how is that possible? And then, of course, the opposite take place. You think you're going uphill where you're actually going downhill. Be going uphill and let off the gas, and it would continue to accelerate, rolling. There's 2 places over there. And then, of course, on down the road a little ways, you got that mystery spot where nothing can be explained. Oh, I did a lot of time at Castle Air Force Base too. That's at Merced, California. Yeah, I spent my time there. Since I worked for the Strategic Air Command, all the SAC bases, I guess I hit them all. When we got involved in Minuteman 1 and Minuteman 2 and Minuteman 3, time I rode around, we was at Minuteman 3, and like 5th generation of Minuteman 3. It was the latest, newest. See, when I first started out, we didn't have GPS. And all of your missiles, when you put them in a silo, had to be set with a sextant and aligned to the North Star. And then when they finally invented GPS, that was somewhere there in the 70s, then we took out all the sextant ports, and we started lining the missiles up with GPS. Merced, I will tell you, the Merced River runs down by a little town called Atwater. Atwater is another nice place, but Atwater, where a lot of the servicemen that were stationed at Castle, they lived in Atwater, or Denair. Denair was another place real close by. You know, that's about the only place you can get a housing. But down there on the Merced River, and oh my God, some of the best striper bass that big, huge fish. Yeah, we eat a lot of fish out of the Merced River. And I did a lot of flying out of the Merced Airport. There's so many nice towns in that area. Yeah, we lived in Denair, which is, I'll tell you what is what reminds me, what sticks in my mind. The first time I heard the song Blueberry Hill, we pulled in at Denair. There's a cafe in Denair, California called the Blueberry Cafe. I swear to God, me and my brother, we pulled in and it was playing the song Blueberry Hill. I found my thrill. Oh, I love that, man. I think I loved that period of time we lived in. I was driving then a V8 powered Studebaker. I don't remember which model it was. It was a V8, and that V8 it run good. Oh, it ran good. It was like 289 cubic inch. I'm so glad, buddy. And in your travels, I'll tell you another thing. If you're on Highway 58 out of Mojave heading over to Barstow, 58, you're going to come to Highway 395. It's called the Four Corners, and right there, we had a Studebaker Golden Hawk. That was in 1957, I believe. But at the corner of Highway 395, which runs all the way from Mexico to Canada, right there at 58, which goes from Barstow all the way over to Mojave, or actually it goes all the way to Bakersfield. In fact, you can go on 58 all the way to the I-5, but there's a cafe called the Four Corners Cafe, and my mother worked at the Four Corners Cafe, and so a few years back, we stopped. There you go. You know what I'm talking about. We stopped at that restaurant, and so I asked the young waitress. I said, "Is the manager in?" And she said, "Yes, she is." I said, "Can I speak to her?" She said, "I'm hoping it's nothing I've done wrong." I said, "No, ma'am. I have a question to ask her." So she brings this woman out at about 50 years old, 58, maybe 50-year-old woman. And I said, "Have you worked here long?" She said, "I've been here all my life." I said, "My mom used to work here." She said, "Oh, she must have worked for my mother. My mom passed on here recently, a few years back, and I took over the place." "Oh, the Four Corners is gone now?" Oh. Well, I tell you why it's gone. You remember the Borax mines is pretty well played out. They still got Borax there, but it used to be a big operation. And all the miners eat at the Four Corners Cafe. That was one of the favorite eating holes. And my mom made Southern cornbread. She made biscuits. Those two items there was her claim to fame. The miners loved my mama's. My mother had also put on about a 4-gallon pot of butter beans, and them doggone miners, they loved the other back during the 20 Mule Team Borax days. Well, them miners were rough; they were tough, and that little lady, the lady that came out and talked to me, she told me about her mother was kind of like a mother to her in the kitchen. She would make sure that when the owner of the cafe was working, my mother would take care of her daughter because she was afraid of them big old burly Borax miners. Oh man, that was such a one. I made a video of it. I made a video of me at the Four Corners Cafe. That was in 2017 when I was there last. I was there since then, but I didn't stop at the Four Corners. And we're going back in December, and I'm taking Angelique to the Four Corners Cafe. Oh, you say it's gone now? Damn. Well, the probably reason it's gone, they don't have the mining people out there they had, and of course you've got Mojave down there. You got Lancaster right over by Edwards. Don't forget you got a Muroc over there too. Muroc real close to Edwards there. Loney Thank you very much, buddy, for coming in and joining us. You're just like we're just like a wheel here, and you're one of the spokes, man. You're what helps hold the wheel together. So be, be feel free to come on back and join us anytime. Yeah, I've traveled a lot on Highway 395. I used to work up there. Oh yeah, well, when we were stationed over at Muroc, that's where Boeing has their operation. See up on the wall, I got the YC-14. We got three of them down there at Edwards Air Force Base. The YC-14, we did all the testing there. It's a new concept aircraft called Upper Surface Blowing, YC-14. And when I lived there in 1956, they was doing X-14s and X-12s and whatever, the experimental flights where they was flying over, and they would break the sound barrier over the Mojave. In those days, they broke it all the time. And also sitting on the side of the hill, they was testing the Saturn rocket to go to the moon. They would fire that big, when they fired that off, we lived 30 miles from there, and you could hear that Saturn 30 miles away. When the atmospheric conditions are good, you could hear that thing. There used to be a bar, I can't remember it now, but it had a balcony. It kind of reminded you of New Orleans. It had a Spanish flair to it, very much like down in New Orleans, but they had a balcony up there, and they'd have these beautiful ladies there at Mojave in 1956. They had a dance hall and a bar, a regular bar there in Mojave. And we used to go from Boron, California, down to Mojave. And I got my first driver's license in Lancaster, California. Oh man, I never got to see that. I was at Cocoa Beach, and we went out there and watched. They had the shuttle loaded up. They had it. They was going through the refueling cycle. They cycled the fuel through the big tank, and we got within 13 hours of the lunch, and then they pulled us all out, and we went somewhere else. Palmdale, California. Oh, that was a great time when I went down to Edwards, got my driver's license. That was the beginning of my whole entire. That helped form me as you see me today. Get that driver's license was the key to old Mac's total existence, all about traveling. Love traveling. I love traveling. When I retired from Boeing, I went to work over here in Birmingham. I drove for 6 years over the road. I went to every little town in America. First car that I owned was a 1949. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 1950 Rocket 88 Oldsmobile. And oh my gosh, we'd load up. We didn't have enough money to drive the car. This car, my buddies, how we rode around, they would siphon gas out of their uncle's cars or out of the daddy car, and they'd meet up. If you wanted to ride with me, you bring a 5-gallon can of gas and you could ride. I had the car, but I didn't have the money for the gas, and so they'd pour the gas in. Well, my cousin used to steal the gas out of the post office truck. His brother drove the post office truck, and he had siphoned out 2 5-gallon cans. Yeah, 49 Oldsmobile was the first car that I bought. That it wasn't the first car I drove, but the first car I bought for myself. And we started out, we were going to drive that 50, I said 49, a 50 O's Rocket 88. we were going to drive it from Alabama to Bakersfield, California. And so we got out, me and 3 buddies. We're all heading, there was 4 of us in the car. We're heading to Bakersfield, California. And we got over to Bessemer, which is, back in the old days, it was called the Bessemer Superhighway. We got out there to Bessemer, and the car caught on fire. We stopped at a stop sign, and somebody said, they smell something or other. And the car, that Oldsmobile, had a Strungberg carburetor that was flat on the top, but had a hole in the back. And back behind the carburetor was this big, elaborate oil tank for dust and stuff. You know, the air filtration. You had an oil-filled vat that the air had to circulate through before it got into your carburetor. Well, that Strungberg carburetor was known for over flooding. The needle and valve would get stuck. Anyhow, it caught on fire. We did everything to try to put it out. It was out of control. And so at that point right there, everybody said their goodbyes because nobody wanted to walk to California. But I continued on. Me and a boy named Joe Jones from Cardiff, Alabama. Him and I was the other 2 boys. They said, not for me. And we hitchhiked to Bakersfield, California. We actually hitchhiked to Arvin, California. And I went to work when we already knew we'd have a job. When we got out there, we went to work for DiGiorgio, the fruit company that grew plums and stuff like that in Arvin, California. Actually, it was over there at Edison, California, right on the highway there. Uh-oh. We've got a disaster outdoor. Oh, no. I'm looking outside. My antennas, if I go off the air, here's what happened is my antenna, the cables, the raccoons, they climb my cable and they pull my cable down. Now she's rehooking it up. The cables that go, I've got antennas up there that gives me my Wi-Fi. Oh, she got it all back up there. She had to go get her ladder and get the cable back up. Okay. But Arvin was the central oil bath cleaner. We worked out of we worked the crops there, and we just had a great time. I had a friend that lived in Arvin, California, and we always had a place to stay. And so anytime we went out that way, we always went to Arvin, stayed with him. And as you know, work was plentiful. I started driving a truck for a guy named John DiBenedetto out of Fresno. And John DiBenedetto, he hauled fruit. He hauled peaches and, we hauled figs. Oh my God, we hauled tons and tons of figs. They took them down to Fresno. They had this big yard that they would sun dry the figs. And I drove for John DiBenedetto, and I hauled everything that was haulable, as far when it comes to agricultural stuff, and I loved it. I loved driving for him, and he liked me because I was the kind of guy I liked to drive, and I would run the wheels off them trucks. I don't care what they put me in. At one time, they had these old GMC cabovers with 12-cylinder engines in them, gasoline powered, not diesel. 2 6-cylinders on one big block. Hey, brown chicken. Yeah, we love it. We used to haul cottonseed. We used to haul up to Manteca, California from Fireball. We would haul from Fireball up to Manteca. Every night we'd have to make a run up there. We had these great big old set of doubles. We'd pull a set of doubles that had, uh, it was like chip haulers today. They had mesh wire fence, and you'd pack them cotton seeds, pack that cotton as seeds as tight as you could pack it. Happy Halloween! We're all set up with the candy. I used to come out of Manteca and cross down there where the rice fields was, over close to Manteca's up by Sacramento, you're on this bridge, and I had a back trailer that didn't track very good, and that thing was somebody had the wheels back there was out of alignment, and so I met a guy on the bridge, and he had the same problem I did, and our two rear trailers hit, boom, like that. My damn trailer ran straight down the road. After he hit me, after I hit him or he hit me, who knows? You're on a bridge. Nobody stopped and got no information. We just kept going, hoping our wheels stayed on. Oh no, 47 raining in Wisconsin. Well, I guess you won't be out trick-or-treating tonight. We got a lot of candy. We only have 4 kids in the neighborhood. Only 4 kids. The oldest is about 15, but they got a little babysitter. They got 2 smaller kids. One is only like 3 or 4 years of age. Now they'll have him in a wagon. They'll bring him down the driveway in a wagon. That's what they did last year. He might not be in the wagon this year, but my wife always baked all kinds of stuff for the grown boys, the boys that's married now. They used to come over and get all their Halloween treats right here. Yeah, Woodland. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess we've crossed a lot of paths back in. We've probably crossed a lot of paths in our travels. Yeah, there's a lot of great memories. Highway 152 in Fresno, when you're on the old Golden Gate Highway, the old Golden State Highway 99 back in the day, it was no I-5. You would hit Highway 152 there, I believe you hit 152 between Fresno and Madera, or maybe it's between Madera and Chowchilla. Yeah, it was. I think it maybe a little bit north of Madera. You hit Highway 152, and it took you all the way over to Salinas and over there in Watsonville and cross over there where all the crops are grown. We used to truck on that Highway 152. Well, when we started riding bikes, that was the highway we always rode on, the Highway 152 over to the coast. And we'd always stop at a place called the Bloody Bucket on Highway 152. It was on the left-hand side going west. And it got its name the hard way. I ain't kidding you. That was a mean bar to stop in. But you couldn't resist it. Gilroy, that's right. You know your roads. Yeah, we used to travel across there, and we used to go over there, Salinas. Used to go to get lettuce over there, and they would have these great big box of lettuce, and they would put them in these big pallets, and I'd bring that lettuce back, and it would be above the roof of the truck. I don't know how high. We was probably up at the legal max, but buddy, they could load the trucks down. Oh, see, in those days, we had what they call agricultural tonnage. Los Banos. Oh, yeah. Los Banos, 2 trees. Los Banos, that's what it means, 2 trees. We used to live, there's Chowchilla. You got Fireball, Mendota. I worked at Mendota Um, I drove trucks for them a little while there at Mendota, but then they started driving. I started driving a Caterpillar tractor, making these big holding ponds to when you're processing sugar beets. They have to use lime to extract the sugar from the pulp, and that lime they put it on these the liquid. They put it out in these big uh, ponds, and then the sun dries, and you go up there and scoop it up, and you can use that lime over and over at least 3 times. You can cycle the lime through at least 3 times. And yeah, I worked out there at Mendota, and yeah, I almost died in Mendota. I lived there in Kerman. Kerman, I love Kerman. We used to have a boulevard there called West Kearney Boulevard. And we'd go out there and drag race our motorcycles on West Kearney. It was a palm-lined boulevard that headed up to Fresno. One time, Sterling Will, we were driving from Kerman, California, on the West Kearney Boulevard going up to Fresno. And as we was getting up there close, we was going to go to Raisin City drag strip at Fresno. And we saw this bar over there. The name of the bar was called The Bit. The Bit, like in a horse's, you put a bit in a horse's mouth. The Bit. Man, I said, that's got to be a cowboy bar. And we kind of like that kind of music and stuff. And so we go into the bar and sat down. We got up at the bar and we're sitting on a little bar stool, and you have to look around. It's pitch black dark in there, and there was couples all out in there. And so after I drank about 3 beers, it's time for me to head for that little square room. So I take off and heading towards the little square room, and they was dancing to some slow number. And, I realized there ain't no men in there. It was a female bar. And they was wearing plaid shirts, and they looked like guys. I went, whoa. So I go back to my brother and I said, buddy, I think we're landing in the wrong bar. He said, what do you mean? I go, look around. There's no guys in here. And he said, no, there's a guy right over there. I said, when you go to the bathroom, you'll see that ain't a guy. Robert come back and he said, he used to call me Slick. Why he called me Slick, Sterling Will, is if we went for a job interview, Robert and I was standing there, and they go, all right, we need 2 workers. And we need one to work at the pie factory, sampling the pies. And we need the other to shovel bull manure into a truck all day long, shoveling bull manure. Robert used to call me Slick because I'd always end up over there at the pie factory becoming the superintendent of the pie factory, and he would be down in the cesspool tank shoveling. poor old Robert. Robert said, I think it's time for us to go racing. So we ordered a 6-pack of beer to go. And that's all we talked about for months, was going over to that particular bar. Nothing happened in there, but it was an odd feeling. I'm hoping I'm still on the air. I don't know. She pulled the cable pretty tight there. Can you see me okay? Anybody, can y'all still see me? Looking like this? Maybe nobody can see me. Oh, okay. Well, see, the raccoons pulled the cable down. I didn't even see it was missing. It has 2 antennas out there, and I've got a 30-foot run of cable across the deck, and I've got it supported up there from the bottom of the gutter. and the animals had pulled it down. It's happened before, and she put it back up. And she hung it up better than it was before, so maybe it'll ride there. And it comes through the wall. The cables come through the wall, and I see the cables pull pretty tight. Yeah, they even moved. They drug my box, my router box, about an inch that away. They drug it by the cables. Well, they're on the weight of their bodies on the cable, and it pulled the cable back through the wall. Yeah, my sisters, they went to school at Fireball. Yeah, they went to school at Fireball. And at one time we lived out there. There's a little old Chinese market out there, used to be called Broadway Market. You know, when you on Highway 152, after you've come out of Chowchilla and hit 152 and heading west, Broadway Market is out there maybe 5 or 6 miles after you cross the Merced River, across there. Yeah, the Broadway, and they had apartments out there, and that's all gone now. I looked on Google Earth, and that whole thing is now like peach orchards or whatever. All them houses are all gone where we lived. I had some good times in Chowchilla. We were cowboys in those days. Sterling Will, we worked for the Triangle T Ranch out there, which was a big operation in that period of time. They usually had like 3,600 head of cattle being processed. It was a processing place. They had the feed yards, and I used to haul a lot of silage. Now, I don't know if you've ever done this, but if you ever haul silage, they've got a little, like the big silo bins that they hold the silage in. Most of them have a little faucet-like thing, and they can catch that juice out of that, all that squeezing of that corn. Whoa, you're talking about something potent, that silage juice. Oh, solar farms are big all over. Yeah, and California has some prisons, let me tell you. Yeah, you'd have those great big mounds, and the cows would be all the way up on top of it, and the wind blowing. Oh yeah. Yeah, we used to ride up to Mariposa horseback. They would take our horses up in a trailer, and we would ride range up there, usually like a Coalinga. Yeah, I like Coalinga too. We would ride our horses up there from Raymond, California, on the way to Mariposa. We would ride from Raymond all the way up to Mariposa, and it was a 5-day ride that we rode. It would take you 5 days to do the ride, and they usually had these what they call line shacks, about a 1-day ride. If you work real hard, you can make it there in 1 day. And your animal will be just full of salt and sweat, and he would be wore out time you got there. Yeah, there's some hills there. Let me tell you, when you get over by Raymond, there's some hills. You got the Sierra Nevada sitting right there, you know. And once you leave Mariposa, that Merced, I believe that's the Merced River that runs right up through Mariposa. Big old beautiful. Oh, the fish are so beautiful. I've caught so many fish up there. Yeah, you basically had to shoot and catch whatever you was going to eat. You could eat out of your grub bag. You know, you'd always have pork and beans. You always had pork and beans. We always also had a bag of salt pork. We would fry up that salt pork. We never even washed it. We'd eat it salt and all. Because you know, when you're riding range, you're going to sweat. You're up on them hillsides up there by Mariposa, and you're in the barren sun, and your shirt will be white all over from the salt. And when you lay your shirt down at night, it would be stiff. It would stiffen up on you from all the salt in your system. Well, Sterling, you and I, we got the whole network to ourselves today. This is Thursday. Everybody had something to do and people to see and things to say, I guess. I don't know. Moto said he might try to get back in here. I met a guy that did a stretch in a Tascadero. You know where a Tascadero, that is for the bad people. A Tascadero was a prison system in California when you committed sins against another man or a child or whatever. It wasn't pretty. But I met this guy. The company had hired him. And I think he spent like 10 or 12 years or 11 or 12 years in there. He was an interesting guy. I mean, I always, one of them kind of guys you always kept your eye on. But you couldn't be judgmental because if you do your time, it's not for me to judge, He did his time, and I don't know how his life turned out. He was there with us for a while, and then he moved on to something different. I think about the time he drove, it was hard labor. We worked nothing but hard labor in those days, and a lot of people wasn't used to hard labor. Oh, so you do the when you talk, it does the text for you. Is it pretty good about enunciations, or does it have a spell checker? Oh, buddy. Well, I'm happy that you joined us today. I might. Well, yesterday I fixed salmon patties, and I fixed it my mama's old recipe, and they were so good. Woo. The only thing I didn't have any sage. My mama always put some sage, ground up sage in her. Two things she put sage in. When she did salmon patties, she put sage and black pepper. And when she did turkey dressing, they called it stuffing back in our day. Well, just whenever you get an opportunity, come in, buddy. Just come on in if we're still here. Yeah, Mama would put sage and black pepper in her stuffing mix dressing. We eat nothing but spicy foods coming up. We eat it cooked in grease. To me, I thought that was some of the best eating I've ever had. I don't know. It didn't seem to harm me any. I don't have any clogged arteries that I know of. I don't have very many issues other than my lifestyle of eating so much cakes and stuff. I'm sure at one time I got up to 258 pounds, and that's because I eat a lot of pies and cakes. But we're down to a wholesome 230 now and becoming skin and bones. Let me put my link up here just in case anybody has a camera. If you got a camera, you can come and join us, but no 110 Instamatic, no 620 brownies, no Polaroids, no Polaroids. Just plug it in and come on in here. There's your link right there. Well, I'm throwing a party. Looks like it's a party of one. When you was a little old boy about 13 years old, and your mama throwed you a birthday party, and nobody showed up. Yeah. You learn what it's like when you're in that awkward period of time when it really bothered you. Like you'd go, "Oh man, I was hoping somebody would show up." Well, let me see. We'll just leave it running like that, I guess. Well, I'll tell you what I can do is I'll do this. Since ain't nobody here. Yeah, I'm the only one here, so we'll go over here and let me see. What are we going to put on here?
Here we are, going out to Clarkson Covered Bridge. Angelique has never been here, and I promised her I would take her out, and it looks like with a hurricane coming, the weather may get bad and then it may go cold, so I thought I'd better get her out here now. She's been living here almost, well, a long time, let's put it this way, and never been out to Clarkson Covered Bridge. It is one of the longest covered bridges in America. It's out in the beautiful rolling hills of Alabama. The story behind the bridge was the mail carrier that delivered the mail, he couldn't get across, I believe, the Sipsey River down here, and him and his brothers built a bridge, and over 100 years ago, and a huge flood washed it down within a short period of time, and then they built it back, but unfortunately, I believe a fire burned it up. There's a whole story. I'll show it to you. I brought a lot of my family members out here. My dear departed wife, Ruth, she loved the covered bridges. I took her to all of the known covered bridges in Alabama, and some of them we had to walk pretty good distance to get to. And she really enjoyed our covered bridge tour. Beautiful farming country. I'll walk out across the bridge if they don't have it closed so that you can actually see. In fact, I may ride up the road and turn around and come back and go in there. Yeah, that's probably the thing to do. So you can see there's Clarkson Covered Bridge. Man, I hope they got a machine. My blood sugar is low. I'd be like needing some sugar now. We'll go up here and turn around in a safe spot. Yeah, that's back during the days when the post office was the lifeblood of America. Oh, it serves a capacity today, but unfortunately, they have farmed out the post office to various private enterprises, and it's turned into a bit of a crap storm. I'm going to turn around in this guy's yard. I hope you don't mind. We're good to go. There we go. Well, at least we didn't get shot at. My buddy Joe and I had a woman right over here. I went to a place to fly my drone over Smith Lake. And I was on a county road, and she turned her pickup truck across the road, got out with a pistol in her hand, and threatened to kill Joe and I both if we ever come back on that county road again. So we begged her pardon and quietly left. Now, both of us packing heat. We both got guns. But we went on a little ways from there, and I called the county sheriff. Now, I know it sounds like a coward. We should have had a shootout. We should have went down in a blaze of glory. That's the Alabama way. But unfortunately, old Jerry's here to tell the story. Had this thing turned into gunfire, it might have been a different story. Oh, man. You never want to pull a gun unless you have to use it. Unless you intend to use it. I believe that's the saying. I'll pray to God I never have to ever use my gun on a human being. Well, let me see here. We'll stop over here. Okay. All right, we're gonna, let me get this visor up here. Oh man. Okay, babe. Where you at, bud? I was afraid I might have lost her back here. Nothing, babe. Okay, let's get off here, and I'll just leave the hood on, the helmet. Oh, there's somebody right behind me. Hope they ain't gonna be a shootout. Let me get this. He don't look like a mean person. In fact, I look meaner than him. There we go. Huh? Okay. Well, let me go make herself at home here if I don't fall in the gravel. I got these little flat bottom shoes on. Makes good for riding a motorcycle. But look at here. Now, we had homes when I came up that had the breezeway in it. We never got to live in one, but we had relatives that had these kind of homes. The hallway would be longer. There'd be kitchen and a living area over here, and on this side there'd be bedrooms. Hope this little balcony is safe, but we'll know. We've had a lot of flooding. You can see how the water was. These are the kind of homes we had, honey, when we was young. My aunt and uncle, they lived in one down on the, look on the wall over there, honey. Look right over there. Let's see how close we can get to the little fella. I've had them to bite me. You know, I stick my finger up to pet their little heads and they'd bite me. Hey, little buddy. Oh, there he goes. They'll bite you. Watch you. I touch his little tail. Watch, he'll turn around and try to bite me. Watch that. They use that little tail. Boy, come on. Well, let's go see the bridge. Well, if you think I'm breathing heavy, that's because I am. And we have an 84 plus years, 84, yeah, almost going on my 85th year there. We have probably done a lot of damage to our lungs.
No, mine.
Huh?
Mine?
What?
My lungs?
Not my lungs, not yours. You're not the one breathing heavy. I'm talking about me. It's not always about you.
It should be.
You're sensitive.
It should be about me.
270-foot long bridge. It was built in 1904, destroyed by a flood in 21. Well, you can read it for yourself. But you see, it's after they rebuilt it, it's still over 100 years, 103 years of age, and we're going to walk out on it. You want to run down through there? You want to run out? How about running to the other side and go wee wee? Do that for Ray Gregory. Let me see. You can, honey. You got legs. You can run. Me and old Ray, we can't run anymore. I bet you somebody said there was a snake. Him and I could still muster up enough of speed to get out the snake's way. You run like a chicken with your head cut off. Yeah.
And you've seen it firsthand. It's not a pretty sight.
Anybody out there can see my videos and you come to America, if you're over in Thailand, Germany, and the Philippines, so many wonderful places in the world, come to the Clarkson Covered Bridge. It's historical. Big old boats. Huh? A what? We're not halfway yet. And I'm already out of wind. Woo, woo. Sometimes these boards break, honey, so walk right over the middle beams. They say all of a sudden a board will snap and you go through. Just boom. The next thing you know, you're down in the creek. They say sometimes the copper-headed rattle moccasins, they lay right under these boards like down here. They come crawling up and grab you right by the ankle. Wang, wang, wang.
I was further to you.
She's so mean to me. I ain't kidding you. And I think it's all about being abusive to a senior citizen. I have to remind her occasionally. wish I wasn't breathing so hard, but hey, you got to do what you got to do to get from here to there. Well, I'm kind of out of shape, but we just keep trudging along. Hey, I've got friends of mine 20, 30 years younger than me. Went belly up. I ain't bragging, but what I'm saying is I've got to live a little bit in my life. Come over and get on this. Here's where little Cindy, she sat right here when I brought her up here. Get up here. I hold you. Sit up here, honey. I can do it if you can't do it. Can you not put your hands like this and get up? Can you look at me in the eyes?
My hand's not working today.
Your hand. Oh my God. Well, anyhow, don't want to bore everybody to death, but there's a beautiful campground down there, right along the, oh, see the creek just meanders out through there. What a beautiful rock wall. I like to give Angelica a hard time. She's a good old girl. She can take it. Snake! Whoa, man. Whew. Thought that thing had me. Oh, you ain't supposed to holler snake, are you? Look at them size of them vines. When I was a boy, we looked for vines just like that right there. We could swing all the way across that creek. We'd cut the end way down there where the oak trees are, way down at the bottom. And we'd drag it over there and build a ladder on that tree way over there. And then we'd swing all the way over here to this cliff. That's what boys do. Woo! Well, the old bridge is well preserved. It don't even creak when you walk on it. See, there's a little picnic table right down there. You can go back in there. There's a long walk. You can take that bridge down there, and you can meander way back in here. I'll race you back to the motorcycle. Look at these old beams, been standing since 1921 is when they put the new ones up. Man, that is some beams. Whoa. Come on, girl. Surely you can keep up with an old man. God almighty, these kids today. Oh, look at AJ plus Angie, the angel. I hear some creaking. Angelique, you're going to have to shed a few pounds. This whole bridge can't handle both of us. Look over there, folks. Oh my God, look at this tree down here. Look at this thing, look. How many board feet would be up to the first timber? Look up there. Wow. That's a sweet gum tree. Look over there, the old grist mill. Wow, what a beautiful piece of wood. There's all those big trees. There's all them good deciduous hardwood trees. Send it up there to the Carolinas and have them make good furniture. Well, I hope I didn't bore you to death, but don't forget about the copper-headed rattle moccasins laying on the boards. You can't see them till they bite you. She don't worry about much. Well, I could walk down to the picnic area. Maybe let's walk down to the grist mill so the people can see the grist mill. And those that don't know what a grist mill is, that's where they ground the grain. Now this thing usually is running, but with the flooding, they've had to close down the locks, the holding pond, so it would protect the equipment. They had to open the doors. You talking about a steep hill now, brother? This one right here is steep. I could have probably rode my Harley down here. I'm breathing hard going downhill. But it's going to be worth it for those that get a chance to see the old grist mill. There's the grist mill. There's the flume that carries the water to the wheel. They got it closed off. Well, actually, they had it opened up, but they closed this gate here. Quite a nice, serene place. I think I'll go ahead and close the video out here so you can get a good look of. You want to go over and lay in the grass and pose for me?
No.
What? I can't get her to do anything. You have to say cheese. Cheese.
She's all right.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Clarkson Covered Bridge. Thank you very much for being patient and watching my little video. If you like what you see, subscribe and share. I don't monetize. I'm not into money. God knows I don't want to pay any more taxes. I'm doing this for the pleasure of satisfying the needs of so many people that want to see stuff that they can't get out and do. This is for you. This is for you, the viewer. God bless you. Thank you for coming to Old Mac's channel. You have anything to say, Angelique?
Bye.
That was it.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was that was a little glimpse into. Oh, Well, I thought it was, all right, Connie. You might have missed a movie there, but oh, it looked like the signal. I looked like man, we don't have no signal. Connection is unavailable. I don't understand that. My gosh. Oh, I guess we do have a signal. Let me see. Let me see how much of a signal we got down here. Well, it looks like it's going to be good. Oh, I don't know. It's slowed down quite a bit. Oh, you missed a video on. We got here this morning. Yeah, looks like my. Oh, she pulled the cable. I bet she might have pulled. Oh, yeah, we don't have any signal. Oh, hell. We don't have any signal here. I have less than one. Oh, nothing. Oh, let me pull that box. Hang on. I didn't know my signal was dead. Yeah, my signal is gone. I don't have any signal. Yeah, my signal right there is I don't have no Wi-Fi. Well, I didn't. I had to go to the bathroom there a while ago, and chances are it must have went bad while she pulled the cables out over there. I don't know if she turned my antenna around or not. No, she wouldn't do anything bad. It was the raccoons got up there and climbed up my cable, and they may have my antenna pointing out in the wrong direction. I don't know. Oh, now we're back live. We're good now. We're good. We're back on the air. Let me see what it shows here. Looks like we're back. Looks like we're back on the air. I can tell you just a second. I don't know. Nah, we don't have nothing. Yeah, the signal's going away again. Damn. Well, I guess I'm going to have to end it. I'm not ending it just because you got here, Connie, but my signal, I've lost my Wi-Fi, and it's got to be something to do. She might have, when they drug the box was drug over, when they drug the cables out through the wall there, the raccoons did, it may have moved my antenna outside. Oh, now I see the signal starting to go up a little bit. Ah, now we got a signal now. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'm hoping it lasts for a little bit. How are you doing today, Connie? I love the information they give you. They give you all the information right there where it says, I've been live for 3 hours and 39 minutes. There also shows a little eye and how many people is watching. And then a little meter comes up and shows you your Wi-Fi signal. And when I looked up there and saw that Wi-Fi signal was down to nothing, I think it's going to be all right now. Oh, I'm glad you're doing okay, Connie. I was concentrating on what had went wrong there. I wish there was somebody else in here that could entertain you while I want to go check. Hang on, Steve. Don't go away. I want to see if I can do something different here. I'm going to try a little bit of something a little bit different. I'm trying a little bit of something different. Oh, I won't let you do that. It won't let you do that. Well, it was worth a try anyhow. I'll try to do something else. I'm trying to try different things here. Otherwise, I got so many things on the screen that they got to be something I can do. Dang it. I was hoping I could bring up my, but I can't. There's just so many things you just can't do here. Well, it crosses over into another platform, but I can always try.
Well, this Australian, he is here right now. He wants to get a silver dime. He wants to buy a rock and roll. He wants to ride. He wants to roll. He wants to rock and roll. He gonna play for you. He gonna give you that Australian blues. He goes.
That was cool. Had Dave in there. Dave was playing the harmonica. Well, Sterling, well, he's on his way on up in Nevada. Motorbomb got to work. He made it to work all right. And we had a good turnout this morning. Oh, the signal's gone again. There's the signal's gone again. Well, you may not have got to see him good because the signal started going away. I should take a picture of it so people can see what I'm talking about when the signal goes away. It shows the Wi-Fi thing over here, right there. It shows the Wi-Fi. You can't see it on your screen, I don't think. But there's there's the clock up there, and there's the Wi-Fi, and it shows I got one dot for signal. No signal at all. But that's the hazards of living in the woods. Obviously, maybe when I went to the bathroom, the lights might have blinked. It blinked yesterday and went off for a little while. But when you live in the woods, you got to expect this is the way it's going to be. You just don't have any signal. There's no cure for it. I can't just pay a few dollars more and get a better system. I bought the very best that you can have. There's no more money. I could have $1 million and I couldn't buy a signal. Yeah. If I had $1 billion now, I could buy a signal because If I had $1 billion, I could have them to build me a tower right out here in my backyard. I got plenty of room for them to put me a tower over here. Probably cost 800 million to do that. I'd have just enough money to be able to buy a cup of coffee. And yeah, they could build me a tower over there, and I'd have a signal. Let me see what else we can dig up. We ain't got no signal. Might well do something past the time away. Let me see what else we got over here. Well, would you like to see it rain? Yeah, let's watch it rain for a little bit.
Somewhere around 9 o'clock, it started snowing pretty heavy. I saw an alert come up on the screen here on my computer that a terrible thing they call it. The weather people here call it the Arcticnado. Yeah, Arcticnado. I guess it's the Arctic, when the Arctic Express meets Alabama tornado. Well, she started blowing really heavy, snowing. And the first thing, our governor, of course, being the great governor she is, she called out for the road departments to send the road graders and the sanders to north central Alabama where the snow was the heaviest. Now, it was reported a wild truck driver out of Arkansas was being chased by the Arkansas State Police, and he crashed up here at a little town called Warrior on I-65 South. Had all the freeway blocked up and everything. And meanwhile, the road graders and the road crew, they made it all the way to Penley Boulevard. And they was there trying to get some coffee and stuff. And while he was at the Plan J truck stop there, somebody stole all the wheels and the tires and the chains and stuff off the road graders and the sanding trucks. Well, the governor was so mad, she called up 4,000 National Guards, and she sent them to north central Alabama. Sent them on an urgent mission to get their highway and the freeway opened. Well, they made it, the National Guard left out of Montgomery, they made it up to the first problem they encountered was in Inslee, Fairfield, and Bessemer. They come under heavy gunfire. And they fought themselves in a pretty good gun battle there. And somewhere around, I think about 10 o'clock, they surrendered to the militia there in the Inslee area. Now, thank goodness, over here in Blount County, we've got rednecks that runs around and pick up trucks shooting guns all the time. Well, they went up there and was able to get rescued and got the hostages, the National Guard freed up, and then they made it on up to up here and started opening the highway up and everything, and I'm going to tell you what, it's just been a wild night. Now, James Spann, you know he's going to be, he's a newscaster. See, I'm what they call the Arkadelphia prognosticator. I'm the weather guy in Arkadelphia. And when I saw James Spann popping them suspenders, I knew it was going to be serious. So we started hunkering down here. But I got to let everybody know that Angelique and I are doing good. We're well. It's a little cold. Power went off last night, and my gosh, I tell you it got down to 10 degrees here at my house. God bless everybody.
That was this year, January the 15th. Oh, DXTR 2500. Well, sir, you don't need to go away. Welcome here, buddy. I was just showing January the 15th of 2024. We were under a blizzard here. And a blizzard in Alabama now. I mean, you know, you don't see blizzards in Alabama, but our power was off. It went down to 8 degrees Fahrenheit. You can calculate that out in Celsius. I believe that's 65 below zero in Celsius, but it was 8 degrees Fahrenheit. And what we did is we hopped in the pickup truck, loaded the motorcycle on the trailer, and we went to Tampa, Florida, down to Clearwater, down to Fort Ritchie. And that afternoon, we was riding on the beach on the motorcycle with T-shirts on down in Florida. Left here was 8 degrees. It was so damn cold. I cooked. I didn't have no power, no electricity or nothing. I cooked over there on a Coleman stove, a butane stove, propane or whatever it is. We cooked our meals on it, and we said, that's enough. We're leaving out of here. And so we left and went to down to Florida to escape the blizzard of 2024. I didn't have any signal. I can see there's still no signal. I don't have no signal now. I guess the audio is going through, but that was a pretty tough time. Yeah, there's no audio, maybe only audio, no video, maybe. I don't have nothing going here. But I ain't gonna get enough sense to quit. Yep, no signal. I'm sorry you found me on such a bad day. I'm located in central Alabama, north central Alabama. Old Mac is the channel. We got good friends here. We got Connie and Toga. And maybe Moto might be listening in the background. Don't know. I bet he saw such a pitiful signal that DXTR 2500. He saw such a pitiful signal. He said, "That ain't for me, man. I got to have me some premium HF stuff. I don't watch no digitized stuff." Oh, well, hey, it works out. It looks like our signal came back alive again. See, it's looks like it's working. By the time I say that, it'll go away. Oh, see, it's gone again. We're down to 2 bars now. See, I'm transmitting in HD, but you're probably seeing me in less than HD. But we don't care, right? Well, I'm glad you can see me, Connie, and hear me. Well, you got anything planned up for the weekend, Connie? You gonna go partying? I think we got 1 or 2 more days. Saturday's going to be really nice here. It's going to rain tomorrow. But if Saturday's good, I'll probably go for a ride Saturday. I'll probably just ride up to Coleman to the Golden Corral and have lunch. Did you see my little baby raccoon up in the tree? Did you see the baby raccoon, Connie? Uh-oh, down to one bar. There's a long delay. Well, maybe they'll come and get you and take you over there. Did you see that? Did you see my little raccoon up at tree? Oh, its signal's going again. Oh, well. Let me see what else we can find over here. Something of interest. Here's one. I'm going to dedicate this one right here to Connie. This is for my baby sister.
Just a bowl of butter beans. Pass a cornbread if you please. Pass a cornbread if you please. I don't want no collard greens.
Oh, butter beans, the musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot.
So, there you go. Here's the Butterbean song. Well, while we got a signal, let me show you the little raccoon. No, John he would be 3 years old, and he would be already grown and probably fathered several litters of raccoons. This is a baby that was born here in June of this year. Let me see, what else have we got over there? Oh, let me show you the raccoon. I get the little baby raccoon up in here. This is one of our many baby raccoons. He was born in June of this year, and he's quite capable of taking care of himself. He came around in the front yard, and well, he found a safety bin up in the tree, so
He was just hanging around, you might say. Sometimes they're on the back deck. The little fellows, they are so independent. He'll grow up to be a mighty nice raccoon. He lives right here at my place. Who knows? It could be. He lived here till he got to be a grown raccoon. What happens with the males? The males, they leave and they seek out a mate, and they will go and be with his mate. And the little mate that he chooses, once she gives birth to her little kits, that's what they're called, kits. When the little kits are born, no longer can the daddy come around. The mama will not allow the daddy to ever come back again, because the daddy has a bad habit of occasionally eating the babies. That's not a pretty thing. Hey, my buddy. Here, let me give you a link if you want to come in and join us here. There's your link right here. Oh, can't stay long. Got some stuff need to take care of this morning. Well, let me let you know for a fact, a Desert Outlaw, you'll always have a space on Old Mac's page. I will make sure that if I have to run some of the riffraff out, I'll make sure I get you in there, because, see, you're my link back to my youth. When I was young, like you are now, I was a cowboy. And some of my best days of my life was being a cowboy. Me and my brother were cowboys, as you know. And you remind me of all the days when we were just young, wild, and crazy. Two wild and crazy guys. Loved our horses. We loved the whole cowboy scene. We wore the cowboy. I've got pictures of me and my brother wearing big Stetson hats and cowboy boots. And I know the clothes don't make the man, but we were the real thing. We actually were cowboys. We wasn't the cowboys that dressed up and played the part of cowboys. I'll tell you, I used to wear a big belt buckle, but I'm going to tell you what broke me from wearing a big belt buckle. In those days, the belt buckle had a hook on the back side of it, so you pull your strap through your belt, and you just hook that hook into one of the eyes on the belt. Well, I was dating this old girl, and I laid my britches in the floor, and somewhere during the night, old Mac had to go to the bathroom. And he was getting ready to impress his girlfriend. Oh, what a man. She was in bed with a real man, a cowboy. I got up and I stepped on that friggin' belt buckle and ran that spike into my heel. That's a 1/4 inch spike into my heel. And after I got through going, ow, 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 ooh, ow, ooh, ow, what I'd done is when I spiked myself in the foot, I quietly left the room. And I went in and did my business, and I come back and I quietly got in there and took care of business. Well, the next morning, that woman was not happy with me because I left a trail of blood. Every step, I left blood going all the way to the bathroom and back. And then I got blood on the sheets because of that belt buckle. That belt buckle that day, I've got them over here. I got them over here in the closet. That belt buckle. It went away. I never did wear those belt buckles that had the hook on them. After you step on one during the night, woo, brother, let me tell you. You can't impress a girl when you're
you're whining like a little girl when you're whining like a little girl over your spike in your foot. All kinds of things happens to a cowboy. Well, there goes my signal. It may be this storm we got. It's almost gone to nothing. Yeah, I bet there's a storm coming. It's going to be here tonight and tomorrow, but I believe that's the reason my signal's going away. We probably are having. I'm 7 miles from the tower, and as you know, if you take a 5 gigahertz signal, 5 gigahertz is a tiny signal, and you try to send it through the Alabama forest for 7 miles away, that signal's pretty weak time it gets to my house. But my 2 big antennas out there, I can't even see the tops of them. They're on a 30-foot pole. My 2 antennas on a 30-foot pole that you can turn it to locate the tower. It's probably moved off 4 or 5 degrees, and at 5 gigahertz, when you got 2 antennas, you have to stay within that 5-degree arc to keep a signal. So I need, actually what I probably need out there, instead of directional antennas, I probably need 4 good Omni antennas. You know, you can get a cluster of 4 and feed the 4 wires through the wall. Each of those antennas represents some various bands that comes off the tower. The bandwidth is much wider bandwidth. So any portion of that band will work on my box here, but I only have 2 wires coming from the antenna. I don't have 4 wires. But that might be a Christmas present I might give myself. When I get back from Washington, I may get myself a 4 antenna system. Get a broader bandwidth in the 5 gigahertz range. Well, guys, looks like our band is up and down because of the storm that's coming in. I will take the opportunity to say good morning to all my friends and company. Oh, here, look at this. Toga, you might recognize this picture here. Oh, ain't we all squatted on our own square, especially when you got a whole bunch of people around the campfire and you kind of hunker down a little bit and you your butt go, one of them rowels goes into your butt. And we used to like to, whoever you work for would determine, and the rowel size would determine the kind of animal you ride on. Some animals need just a little rowel, and the others need the big star rowel. I never was one for ever punishing a horse. An animal is more responsive if it makes a mental connection with you. The animal is sitting there, his head is right there, and that animal knows everything that's going on while you're on his back. Now, if the animal hasn't made that connection with you, the big spurs and stuff, I find a lot of the big spurs were more for show than go. Because if you got a good horse, like a good quarter horse, a cutting horse, especially that you can neck rein, they're very responsive to you. And I have ridden animals that you had to gouge them good to get them to go or to make them do what you want to do. And you know, it's when you're in a hurry, it's when the animal is not in the same level of hurry you are. Yeah. You can do all you want to do and still have a hard time getting that animal to respond. Well, guys, Desert, thank you very much for joining us. Toga, Connie, whoever's left this morning. We're going to go ahead and just sign it off this morning. Weekends, you know, closer you get to the weekends, more people planning up and doing things and got to do stuff and getting ready for the weekend. So let me say good morning to each and every one of my friends out there. God bless you. And you know I love you. So if you want to get a little bit of loving, come back to old Mac. Old Mac could give you some love, man. The kind of love that goes right to the heart. None of that phony bull, you know, where you say the pretty words to impress yourself. Have a great day. Good evening, good night, good morning, good afternoon. You're all over the world. So while I'm saying good morning to some, I'm saying good afternoon, good evening, and good night to others. So have a great day. Love you, Connie. I've loved you all your life. I've loved you from the day you was born. You never forget that. I loved you since you was born. God bless you, honey. Bye-bye.